Let me turn off the reverb. There we go. Good morning, Ann Brown. Can you hear me? Hi. I cannot hear you yet, but I want to.
Yes, I have all sorts of interesting things to say.
Yes. Are you going to do it in Spanish?
Oh, sí, estoy hablando en español. ¿Dónde está comisionada Holstrom?
No sé. Yo espero ella es próxima.
Okay.
Sí.
Commissioner Holstrom will be here in 5 to 10 minutes. She's got a little huddle.
Commissioner Holstrom has been waylaid and will be here in 5 to 10. So I think we can do a lot of the opening ceremonies and she'll get here just in time for Mr. Kehoe. That's my hope.
Here we go then.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, December 5th, 2024. It is 9:30 a.m. and this is a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Commissioners. Present currently are Commissioner Brown over the Zoom and myself. Commissioner Holstrom is due any moment, but we are going to open our meeting without her. We'll have a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. We are lucky to be here. We'll move on to a review of our agenda. Commissioner Brown, do you have any suggested changes for today's agenda?
I do not, thank you.
I do not either. We'll continue on to item number 5. Nancy.
Excuse me, we will be postponing item 6B. There was a change from the other county, so that will be on the December 18th.
Thank you. I now notice that highlighted in my hand hard copy agenda, and I agree with you. So we're pulling item 6B. No other changes. We are on to item 5, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. Quick scan for hands up in the Zoom space. Not seeing any, but waiting in case someone is pushing buttons. And going, gone. We are on to the consent agenda. There are a number of items, and the only one that we're not considering is item 6B. Commissioner Brown, do you have any concerns with the consent agenda, or are you able to make a motion?
I don't have any concerns. I just have procedural question. I'm wondering why what's currently listed as D and E are on the consent agenda as opposed to just in the budget. Is that because we're trying to do that in 2024?
Mike,
No, they were included in the budget, but because it's a purchase of over $50,000, it has to be approved by the board, regardless of whether it's in the budget or not.
Thank you. So this was in the 2024 budget.
That's correct.
Great. Okay. Glad to see that we have secured the equipment we were looking for. I have no other questions.
Excellent. Would you care to make a motion? If not, go
Sure.
ahead.
I move that we, approve or adopt.
Let's approve.
Let's approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I as well. Motion carries. And I was hoping that Commissioner Holstrom would appear, but she hasn't yet, and I am uncertain. I think we're going to just continue on and she's going to join us when she can. So with that, we're on to item 7A. This is an update on the Pathfinder Phase 3 building/unit count summary and site plan with Mike Bordonia, Jim Kehoe, and probably Jared Biggs is going to be joining the conversation as well. Not sure which of you cares to open, but we are all ears.
So as many of you know, the county had received a grant to do analysis and prioritization on all county-owned parcels for housing suitability. We completed that last year, and from that list, 3 projects rose to the forefront. The Pathfinder gravel pit, the land adjacent to the Ilium Sheriff's Office for on-call housing for sheriff's deputies, and then housing at the Deep Creek parcel for both CDOT, state and county employees. And so the focus that we've been working on is on the larger, we've been focusing on all 3, and you'll see a timeline of how those projects may move forward and the approximate timing of each of the tasks involved. We're going to be focusing on the Pathfinder gravel pit project today, though, and at some point I would like to give it a new name. But it is still the gravel pit, and we still do have gravel to mine out of that operation. I'm happy that Ryan Rigetti, our Road and Bridge Director, is here with us as well in the room. Because we're going to be trying to expedite crushing so that we can get moving on the infrastructure necessary to start construction on that project. That project holds the greatest possibility for the largest number of homes, and is at this point intended to be home opportunities for the greater community of San Miguel County residents. This is not a county, whereas the other 2 projects are more county employee or essential personnel specific. This one is oriented for the greater community, and we would anticipate once completion that there would be some sort of lottery process. There's not been a determination about rental versus ownership, but certainly hopeful to have both opportunities within this. And I'm excited to introduce Jim Kehoe from KEO Studios and Noel Wilhite. Good. I just call her Noel, who's on Jim's team, and they've been working with us and with various subcontractors over the past 1.5 years on this project. And so we're excited to come back to you and show you what this community and neighborhood might look like in the future.
Thank you, Mike. I was last here, just as a refresher, January 17th of 2024. So it's been a while. And we have made some good headway in the project development, and I'm really excited to show you. Let me share my screen. I'm joined by Noel on Zoom, and want to just a moment, please. Technology. There we go. Station mode. That's right. Screen should clear up because we got a little bit of a lag. Presentation mode. Screen. Let's see. There we go. The team is joined by Goff Engineering. They have worked on the Pathfinder schematic design here with us the past couple months, generating a road design and grading. And Whitewater engineers have been working with us for about 1.5 years on the Pathfinder site with, and they'll be joining us on the other sites as well for water and septic. And then Buckhorn Engineering has been providing geotechnical information is vital to these outlying properties for analysis. We are lagged here, and I don't know what this, if I can get rid of this screen. Shoot. Okay. Sorry about that block up there. I'm not sure. Again, oh, there it goes. So yeah, just as a refresher, this is the Pathfinder site. The image on the left is viewing south, image in the middle is viewing straight from where the circle is on the bigger site plan to the west, and then to the northwest is the right site view. And this was in the lower left is the plan that we had carried forward from, I think, 2022 when we started this. And since we have analyzed the site even further, we've done work with geotech. We've determined that there's some unsettling areas that we don't want to really build in right at the moment. And the biggest yield for density is the area that's circled, area consolidated development per the 2022 and 23 planning and site engineering analysis. So that's it's grown because we know we can from 6.1 acres because that was the area that was under 30% slope. What I was just mentioning is we're going to be able to mold this site to the design, which is far different from digging into a natural hillside, such as phase 1 Virginia Placer that was completed in 2018. And those things were just nestled into the hillside. We are actually molding our hillside to fit the roads. So this is a great opportunity, and I would guess that it's going to yield quite a bit of cost efficiency on the overall project. Just as a refresher, also, the C&D is Deep Creek and Ilium. And the other sites were out in Norwood that we looked at in 2023. And, C&D along with Pathfinder came to the top. I'm going to move on to a schedule first before we review what has evolved at Pathfinder. So this is consolidated. Sorry about the black spots. Technology again. But the big picture is we got Pathfinder, Ilium, and Deep Creek. And we've got a schedule here that goes out by quarter to 2028. And you can see that the color codes at the bottom, right, left is just basically a good way to read the information here as it relates to the blue area. The darker blue is engineering. The green is the phases of design. So as they get darker, you're getting into CDs, and then the pink short areas are permitting, and then the peach colored is what we envision as the time frame, at least conservatively, for land use and rezoning of these 3 parcels. And you can see that Pathfinder is a gravel pit. So the site grading that you're going to see, that you will see in this design, can readily start happening in 2025, potentially complete in 2026. And that would be the general grading for the roads, the building pads, and the overall site in general. And at some point during each of these phases, we'll go in, once we know where the buildings are and confirm the buildings, we have to go in and do further geotech so that we understand the structural stability of the soil where the buildings are being planned for. So the idea is that the gravel pit grading could happen through 2020 up to 2026 or beyond, and then pit operations tapering off through the next several years. And just as a placeholder, just so you can kind of see that the time frame for we would get through in 2026, potentially we'd have all these sites early in 2026 rezoned. And then for Pathfinder, just showing that you could get into a design development phase and a construction document phase. And then if you can see the little pink permitting, potentially 2028, but depends on that can slide. it's just a good gauge to see how much time it takes to get these projects engineered and final. Sure.
Just wanted to confirm, since Ryan Leggetti's in the room, that the time frame that Jim's got up on this chart for pit operation taper is gonna work with your schedule, Ryan. Is that something that jives with what you were thinking?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. This Ryan with Road and Bridge, the biggest issue for us is just making sure we have the room to crush. We could crush everything there, but we only have so much room to stockpile the material. So right now we're completely filled with the stockpiles that we have, what we crushed last year. So this summer we're going to be getting all of those stockpiles and making room to crush more. So that's our biggest obstacle right now, is just the location of where we put it once we do process the material.
Okay, well, as long as you've got a plan and the timeframe that Jim's outlining feels good, I'm happy with that. And I'm sure you guys are staying close to each other and
Yep.
working together.
Yeah, we definitely don't have a shortage of roads that need material, so we'll use it. We're going to use it quickly.
Okay.
Just a quick side note along that line, you saw an increased amount in the budget for gravel crushing this
Yeah.
year. We'll be experiencing that next year. And then if you recall, Jim had been focused on 3 areas of Pathfinder. And we're now focusing just on area C, so we'll have some additional areas within A and B that are originally been thought of for housing in Pathfinder to stockpile gravel, but it's still gonna be an immense amount of gravel to find a temporary home for.
And once we get down closer to what the final grades will be, we'll be crushing less material.
Sure.
So right now, as we go, we'll get to the point to where there's not that much available material left for what the design is, the grading design.
Commissioner Brown has her hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. So the way I read this is we probably wouldn't be starting construction until maybe 2029. Is that right?
No, there's a little black mark in front of that, but at 2028, you could potentially, depends on, like I said, it's a sliding scale, and it really depends on the operation tapering off and the ability of available material moving off the site. So we actually show an ideal time frame for starting a project of this nature would be the spring, and
Oh. 20,
in 2028
okay.
would be construction. So the blue construction line would move out from there.
Okay. I mean, that means we're not getting people into these homes probably at the early, 2029, which is 5 years away. This is our biggest opportunity for community housing, being managed by the county. And I guess I was under the impression and certainly hopeful that it would happen sooner. I was actually under the impression that we would be wrapping up the gravel pit operations next summer and moving this along more quickly. Is there any opportunity to do that?
Possible.
I mean, we could, so right now, this winter, we're gonna go in and invite bids for crushing in the next 2 years. And so we'll have crushing for 2025 and 2026. 2025, because we don't have the room, we're gonna put in for crushing in the Klondike Basin. That's what the bid this year was gonna be. 26 is gonna be back in Pathfinder. But there's plenty of room to push material and change grades. We don't have to crush it to make room. There's plenty of room in that area to just take the material and move around what we have. This would just be utilizing that as a resource as long as we could to get the material out on the road, but we don't have to do that. So if your schedule was that you wanted to start working earlier, we could take the material that's there and start moving it around the site to make it work to a plan.
Well, I mean, in my mind, housing is our #1 priority. And while we want to make the best and most efficient use of our gravel pit and that resource as well, I would prioritize housing over that unless you're telling me it's super expensive. I really feel like we need to move this timeline up.
Yes, and this is Jim. it's a sliding scale. I'm really showing those green lines as the preparatory design work that needs to happen before construction. So that could slide back as far as you want. That's possible with the operations and the challenges that they may have. And I would agree, but I show these 3 projects because and they're staggered, where the Ilium project, which is a smaller project, it isn't the big one, could get going and be ready to break ground in 2026, and then 2027. You could have the larger parcel, potentially Deep Creek, that we're currently evaluating the hydrology report that was just done, so we can determine how dense that can be. But so we staggered these, and certainly this is I want to say it's a draft, and would really like to maybe dial it in and firm up with regards to Ryan's efforts, maybe pinpoint something closer to in time frame.
Commissioner Brown, when I first saw I just saw this 2 nights ago, and I called or I emailed Jim within 30 seconds and said the exact same thing that you just mentioned. And I guess I'm just curious, do the other commissioners share that thought that even if we sacrifice some of the gravel potential, you'd like, and I think a part of that, this timing was also because we're going to be working on Ilium and Deep Creek. We know that we're going to have 1 additional person helping on our side with this starting next year. But I think it was in part because we were anticipating some of the site work to be happening on these other sites, not necessarily all 3 simultaneously. But if you say jump, we will jump.
I'm curious if once we get to construction phase, that will require a lot of attention from our staff and our team, or if that is going to be more of a oversight, but we've got a on-site construction rep in theory that's owner's repping for us. If we have that luxury, then it feels like we might be able to compress the construction documents phase of the Pathfinder and maybe do that simultaneously with the pit operation taper and drive that timing a little closer. But I also understand the difficulty if we only have 1 person running all of our housing.
It won't just be 1.
Okay. Then I'd like to follow Commissioner Brown's lead and try to commingle the taper off with the construction documents phase and expedite as much as possible. I'm a little reluctant to lose gravel because Ryan and I have talked about how difficult and expensive it is to get gravel from far away to bring up.
Yeah.
So to leave gravel in the ground strikes me as a little foolish, and there's a balance that we'll have to find here.
In when we lose this source of material, the nearest source will be the Norwood pit, which has a limited life. It's been in operation for, I think, about close to 80 years now. I think it started in the 40s is actually when we started that. So it's dissipating as well. So our gravel resources that'll be one of our primary focuses, especially knowing that this sunset date is quickly approaching on the pit that we have now.
And to be honest, also, we have 600,000 setting aside at the road bridge fund balance that is reserved for the purchase of a future gravel pit. So we're going to be working on where that could be in the very near future.
We've been
Looking
looking,
because we know we have to have a closer supply.
we've been looking at locations.
Yeah.
Some of them might not be very popular, but
So Commissioner Brown, is it possible that we could extract as much as sensible without holding up the project? Does that kind of split the difference work for you?
Yeah, well, it sounded like Ryan felt like he could, I don't know if I have the right terminology here, but that he could mine the rock that he needs to and set it aside without crushing it. And that would accelerate the project. So we wouldn't necessarily be losing that resource or compromising that resource. Did I get that right, Ryan?
Well, we don't have any other than the pit floor that it's sitting on now, the stockpiles that we've already processed. That's the location where we have, our stockpile for the material that we're crushing is coming from the source. It's coming from the high wall that we're mining into. So we don't, if we move that and stored that somewhere else, we'd have to have somewhere to put it. And then the cost per ton goes up, or the cost per cubic yard, because we're handling it multiple times.
Yeah.
It's,
What about on sites A or C on that Pathfinder map? Because we're not going to build housing on those, in those zones right away. Could it be stored on A or C?
we can store it. The big thing is we have to have an area to set up the plants in order. We have to have an area to stockpile the processed material, and area B and area C, there's not enough room to have both, to have a stockpile and then crush and then have room for the machines and then room for the stockpile of processed material. So that's where C is. That is the stockpile that we're.
Sorry, I think I meant A or B, I think. Sorry about that.
And we could cut the hill. We could look at moving the stockpile locations from area C. The area that we're working would remain the same. We would just stockpile in area B instead. There is some room there. So
Jared, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I at least wanted to kind of give the commissioners our insight, and we hear you loud and clear, and we will be doing our darndest to do everything we can to accelerate this. I appreciate Jim putting this timeline together, but it is a draft timeline, and I think we can push hard where it is reasonable. We can bring these maybe stranded resource questions back to the board when we have a firmer answer about them. But it's definitely one of these things. I also don't want to lose sight of, we have some state agencies in these next couple years of negotiation for water and sewer. That as much as I would love to accelerate this project as quickly as possible, I have a hunch that could be a bit of something we're waiting on as well. So I want to assure the commissioners we will be doing our darndest to accelerate this. And I know that it is the highest priority and we want to push. That's why we're trying to draw more resources to the problem. But with this schedule, I think, as Jim has said, as we've kind of talked about, we can find ways to do some things at the same time, maybe. And then bring those questions about if we're going to lose something, if we have to engage in a trade-off, back to the board to have that conversation.
If I could just clarify, I don't know if it'll put your mind at ease, but I don't foresee our operations in there holding back any plans or any timelines that you guys are trying to meet. Because what we have there, we can move out of there, and the material that's there isn't at a point where it has to be removed for this project to be completed.
Let's do this. I liked what Jared said about this is a possible timeline, and we've given instruction to expedite wherever and however possible. And when we encounter questions about stranded resources, staff will come back and we'll weigh those options and decide what we can do to balance the need for speed with the need to be savvy.
There's also the reality of financing. Simultaneous
Oh, that too.
projects.
That sounds great to me.
Okay. Commissioner Holstrom likes that. Commissioner Brown is nodding her head. Jim, I think you can continue with your slide deck because we've
Yes.
dug into timelines.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that green line on the top with Pathfinder can slide over for production and getting it ready, based on everything we've just talked about. So just to get back to Deep Creek, evaluating hydrology, we think that project could potentially break ground in 2026. 2027. that could move again. All these, they could slide. And then Ilium's the smallest project, and that could potentially be ready to break ground next year, or even in the fall of this coming year, quite frankly. Just understanding how you just have to make sure that you get the zoning lining up with the parameters you need for the submittal for rezoning, and then the period of time to get documents ready and construction started. So that could slide in the fourth quarter of 2025.
And just as a reminder, the Ilium project, the smallest one that Jim just spoke about, is the only one that does not need
Right.
package plan and water.
Correct.
Well permitting and other permitting.
Yes, and those are factors in both Deep Creek and Pathfinder that are going to take. It's a bigger lift from a preparation standpoint.
Commissioner Brown you have your hand up.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you've pulled this together for us, Jim, so that we can sort of visually see what the next steps are and the possible timeline. I would love it if you and staff would go back on all these projects and see how you can shift them, reasonably for, up in time. Because this is a really urgent need.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it would be meeting with the planning department, getting our team and everyone committing to just some timelines that are a little tighter than this, and then being able to review that with you at a later date in the near future.
Why don't you have those conversations, Jim? For right now, we'll use this as a almost worst case scenario
Sure.
and look forward to seeing what you can do to nudge it forward.
Yeah, we always like to be a little conservative and not
Yes,
too.
that makes sense.
Moving on, as you recalled from the prior diagram that showed Lot C, if you drive out on 145, you can see at the top of the pit, we're calling the C area, that there's a big area that is a lay-by area that is a pull off the road. It's a dirt spot, and it's basically right where the road cut is from the highway, up there in the upper left corner. And Goff Engineering has been working with us for a number of months here, engineering this road to a 8% grade, which meets the requirements of the planning and zoning. It is a drop, so we were rolling our sleeves up and really analyzing this and how to get housing, driveways tying into that road, and this, I guess I should back up. The components of the neighborhood design is the variety of housing units, use of the topography to minimize mass and scale, and you can see that on the upper slope in the purples, that sort of the units that are running east, north to south. Shared open space, use of solar access for not only energy but also passive snow melt. So we've oriented as many driveways toward the southwest as we can. Shared community house, commercial potential, and then units. All these units you'll see in the floor plans are integrated with the potential of going modular. And we're doing that often because it's just a nice thing to have at the start, and it could be stick framed just the same. So the road cut comes down, that's an 8% slope all the way down to, you see my mouse, all the way down to this area right here. And it ends, and that's the flat part of the site is basically the buildings behind the neighborhood loop drive. And right at number 2 is the community commercial that would have a passageway meeting the lawn area, which is a community open space area. The blue number 3 would be envisioned as a smart bus stop. And the unit types coming in from the top, the light pink and the dark purple are duplexes. And then there's one triplex. I can't tell if you can see my, oh, here we go. There's one triplex down at this curve here. And those are stepping down the hill. So visually, all these light pink units are 1 story, and the lower level drops down for the extra bedrooms. Moving over here, these are triplexes, and they are 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms and fully parked. Actually, this whole thing is fully parked, and because of the nature of this,
That means.
fully parked means we don't have any extra parking that's needed outside of the unit areas. So everything has at least 1 car garage, and the second car can park in front of that garage. So they're all site specifically parked. And then there's extra parking. Here we have extra parking on these units in the drives to the south. And then we have this commercial parking here, and then we have parking at the community lawn area as well. So everything is fully parked, and everyone at least has 1 garage, which we think in this neighborhood, in this geographical area is good. To minimize, well, what also that does is minimize hardscape. And when you minimize hardscape, you have less excessive drainage design, which is costly. And then you have more open space for enjoyment and livability and green. Moving down the hill again, we have one other just above this 4 here, right here. There's another duplex. And again, that drops down the hill. So that's a 1-story building. We'll show you visuals of all this. These are the multifamily buildings. So they're flats, kind of, I'm just going to reference Virginia Placer. So it's a shorter building than the Virginia Placer, not the boarding house, the apartment building. And so almost like a third of that size. So you can imagine. And then these are 2-story duplexes. And then again, 2-story duplexes in the blue, just creating a variety of unit types, visually breaking down so it's not seemingly so suburban, right? So that's the overview of the layout of the units and the way that the road comes in. And this lower access drive continues out toward the fire station and the current access. And with that, I am going to move on to the next page and show you some visuals.
I have a question. Is that envisioned as a one-way road, Jim?
No, none of these are all 2-way.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Moving on, these are the unit types. And you can see, it might be hard to see, but you can see that each unit is split up at a stitch line for modular in usually in the north and south direction, or the up and down of the page. And I don't necessarily need to drill into this, but we have a variety of units. The units on the left are, there's an ADA unit on the ground floor, studio, and then 4 units above on 2 different floors above the parking for 2-bedroom units. And that would be all the multifamilies. And you can see those in the peach in the upper, the key plan there. And then the rectangular at the top of the site plan to the right are fully parked. And this is a 3-bedroom unit on the second floor, and you go up the stairs and you have a hallway, and you have a 1-bedroom in the back, and then a 2-bedroom. So a lot of variety right in this one building type, which we think is a good thing. Packing a lot into one package and in a variety of unit sizes is a good thing, and fully parked. Moving on to the next page here, we'll have the bulk of the so I called that other page multifamily because they're not duplexes and they're multifamily configurations in flats, so to speak, as you go up. So these are the variety of duplexes we have. And the one in the bottom right is the 2-story. And then above that is the single story with daylighting drop down on the basement side with the 2 bedrooms on the lower level are daylit. So they're walkout basically. And then off to the lower left, we have the 1 triplex up at the views from this is going to be insane. Right here, we were able to fit on this sort of peninsula here before you drop it further down the hill, triplex. And then at the bottom of the hill, adjacent to the green to the west is this duplex, which is a little wider, just a different configuration. It's actually at the max limit for modular, which is 16 feet wide. And feasibility that could shrink in width if need be. I'm going to move on because I know you have a full day here. So getting into the visuals here, we've got a 3D model of the layout of the buildings. We've modeled the buildings and we've modeled the site with Goff's assistance in the engineering. And you can kind of see how this lays in the land. Like I said, it's almost like putty. We have the opportunity here to mold the site with the pit operations to this end result. You can see that number 1 is the overview from the west looking to the east, and you can see the highway up above at the top of that number 1. Number 2 is looking at the front side and down the inner loop road. You can see the front side of that commercial potential community spot there with parking in front. And then number 3 is just 2 views focused on the community, the community lawn. And I forgot to say that obviously it is important in these neighborhoods that you create viable, safe pathways for pedestrians and bikes throughout the site so that people aren't driving from one side of the hill to the other. It just it would be an integrated pedestrian community. Moving on to another set of views. Again, 1, 2, and 3, we're looking. One is just an aerial looking to the north. And you can see the road coming down at 8% and how we've got those multifamilies packed in there. And then number 2 is right on that road looking at eye level in front of the one duplex that's on just to the adjacent to the 2. And then 3 is looking up toward the entry. And at the entry, I do want to say that we've been very cognizant and made all the units, at least 3 of the units and the 2 units closest to the road, 1-story units that drop down and have walkouts. Any questions? I'm pretty much almost done and completed with this overview, and I would entertain any questions. Roll back to a slide. I do have one more slide here. We're using some darkened materials. Metal, all the materials would be durable and fire resistant. And we're trying to use some reclaimed wood to tie into maybe the mill. And that was why we're using some of the darker wood on, say, the 3-story. And, I think in a site like this, I think that the planting and the landscaping should also be a cohesive priority with the design of the buildings.
Thank you, Jim. Commissioners, any questions? I see Ryan has stepped back up to the mic, so he may have some comments or questions, but before he does, I wanted to make sure
I
that
just want to say thank you. The visuals are so helpful at this stage to kind of get an idea of, not just the numbers and the little lines on the map. This is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
This is exciting. I love it, as Commissioner Holstrom said. When I first looked at this, I wondered why, if it was important that the convenience store, the commercial property, and the bus stop be inside the property. Because I could see the commercial store being utilized by the neighborhood, like Ophir, San Bernardo, if we get something up on the US Forest Service, even people, passing by. And I wondered if what your thoughts were about why it was interior to the property as opposed to maybe at the entrance. And same with the bus stop, like I don't maybe have well, 6 acres isn't that much. I mean, is it possible that people could just walk up to the highway to catch the bus? Because it adds time, on the route if they have to come into the neighborhood. So I'm sure you thought that through, and I just would love to understand your rationale.
Yeah, I think just being a rural neighborhood, I think having it up by the road is, it's a little more constrained up there with the grading, along those two sets of buildings, or the four buildings right there. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but also being a rural area, having the commercial tied into the site with a community area seemed to fit. But we're not married to anything. This is a collaborative we design collaboratively, so we like to hear this kind of comment, and I think it should be something that we potentially consider, given your comment about coming into the site from the neighboring communities of San Bernardo and Ophir.
I think it would be more likely that the commercial enterprise would be successful if it were more accessible. And, I understand, maybe I appreciate that you're trying not to have like a, convenience store right on Highway 145, but maybe we flip it, flip some of the units you have that are just off the road, and as opposed to like shoving it up against the road. I don't know. I worry about the potential viability of it, and also about just too much traffic in the neighborhood if people are using the.
I think it could fit up there. I think we could fit it up there. The parking might be a creative challenge, which is fine with us. And maybe there is a community room kind of a component down there, or at least a sort of gazebo place where people can have picnics adjacent to that oval lawn. And then does the bus stop up at the top of the hill and at the bottom, and it has the opportunity to, that's some of the conversations in the next phases that we want to have with the community and the bus service.
Two things that I would like to point out real quickly. One of the reasons, Commissioner Brown, that we had suggested it down there is that that's the closest area to the highest density of the entire development. So you'd have less people having to walk up and down. And we didn't anticipate putting in curb and gutter sidewalks throughout this whole project, which we would probably want to do if we were going to have folks walking the entirety up and down. It's also, I worry about a little bit about the ice and the shade factor of folks walking up and down that road to get to the bus stop, kids, etc. Whereas I think we're going to see, if we're going to have rentals, or going to have greater density, or the greater density that's planned is down there. The other thing is the scenic highway overlay setback. It prevents visual impacts and certain services within a setback of the highway. And that was one of the other reasons where, but we can certainly investigate that.
Okay, just a thought.
It's a good thought.
Yeah, and maybe it's not, maybe it's not the top or the bottom, maybe it's in the middle. But I do want to mention that
But in the middle, we have the greatest grade differential.
We
That's
do.
a part of it too.
Okay.
We have
Yeah.
flat up top, we have flat down in the bottom, and the rest of it is a slope.
Yeah, what I wanted to mention is, where the rectangular buildings are off to the top of the page, those triplexes. We were trying, but we actually think it's a benefit to the overall site is to not have any homes on the downside of that loop road, that road coming in. Right.
Where
Right
the
here.
back trail is.
Yeah. Honestly, it just makes for a more rural appearance of everything. You get a pretty broad break. And these are tucked into the hill. And then these are tucked into the hill. And they're the only 3-story buildings on the site. And that's going to minimize the scale and mass and really tuck this development into the hillside. So I did want to mention that. And you can see the dashed black line is the potential footpaths. And again, we're schematic here, so there's a fair amount of development that we're going to want ideas and people's thoughts on moving forward. So thank you.
Any other thoughts, commissioners?
Just, yeah, I think the neighborhood commercial, commercial that serves the neighborhood versus something on the highway that's gonna. I don't really see this thing on the highway being very friendly. I feel like it'd be more like I don't know, attractive nuisance in a way. So I kind of like where things are, but I'm open to see what's next. And really appreciate all the work and the visuals for sure.
And Commissioner Brown, regarding your thoughts on bus routes and timing, you're completely correct that it does take more time to enter a subdivision and make a loop. The good news is that with advance warning, SMART can set up a schedule that allows for that, so it won't necessarily compress the driver and force them to be late, because we'll be creating a new schedule from scratch, I would think.
Oh, of course, but I know that people feel annoyed when like the Down Valley or the Norwood bus has to loop into Lawson. So again, it'll just depend on what's practical for the site, I think, and safe, and I'm by no means an expert there.
Yep, I think this is just the beginning of many trade-offs.
Yeah.
Yes, we have time to dial in the best results for the most successful project. And I did want to mention that they're down at the, most likely at the bottom of the hill somewhere, we would have a unit that would be a daycare similar to what occurred at Sunnyside.
Nice. Would that be a daycare, like a home daycare?
Yes, at this point, yes.
Yeah, nice.
If we're gonna do that, Jim, let's make sure that it's designed to state specs first try. And
Absolutely.
that includes outdoor play space and all the interior spaces and finishes and demands that the state puts on those kind of spaces. Because
Yes.
we had some trouble at Sunnyside and had to do some remodel in order to
Okay,
catch up. So
that's good to know.
hone in
And
on those.
one
design
reason
regs.
we think it's
Please.
best at the bottom of the hill is because you've got the community lawn
Yeah. I get that.
and potentially a playground and a sandbox,
Good.
Nice.
maybe a mini gravel pit.
Big sandbox. Sit to play with graders.
Thank
All right.
you.
Any other questions, commissioners? If not, we're going to ask Mr. Kehoe to go back and take a hard look at time schedules and also tinker a bit with options for the commercial and the bus stop. And maybe next time we see you, which hopefully is sooner than later, we'll have more things to consider as the project gets closer to action.
Great. We've got some great momentum here and we love working with Jared and Mike. They're
And you can maybe consult with the Smart Transportation District about the bus stop location. They will have a very strong opinion, and because they're so knowledgeable.
Yes, thank you. We will be in touch.
Final question, Jim, before you slip away, when can we have a similar conversation about Deep Creek and perhaps the sheriff's Ilium project?
I would say in the very near future, in the this winter, yeah, in the next couple months, would you?
Yeah.
We would start planning on those as minute we've got our refinements.
And could we package those two sites into one conversation to save you some
Yeah.
travel time?
Absolutely. Oh, of course, I would
Okay.
want to do that for sure. And maybe even, who knows, an update on Pathfinder.
Sweet.
Excellent. Well, we'll look forward to that and let's try to set a date for early in the new year, February, March at the latest.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Holstrom, does that time schedule sound good?
I will be
See you,
here.
Commissioner Holstrom.
I will be done.
Not be here,
Galena
but
will be here.
Commissioner-elect Gleason is in the room. Galena, you're gonna be jumping into this and I'm so glad you're here getting a foundation.
Jim, it's been a real pleasure.
Yes, it's been a pleasure working with you, Chris, all these years. Thank you all.
Next on our agenda are a series of questions for our consideration, mostly regarding the solid waste disposal district. This first one is 7B, consideration of a resolution summarizing expenditures and adopting budgets for San Miguel County and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2025 and ending on the last day of December 2025. Ramona Rummel is going to walk us through this. I see Paige is with us. Hi, Paige. And maybe you are speaking for Ramona because I'm
So,
not.
so just as a bit of brief orientation,
Thank you.
this is the adoption of the county's final budget. This is the earliest we've done it in recent years. Thank you to Paige and Ramona and Jared, everybody else that worked on this. And, the county approves both our budget as well as the budget for the solid waste disposal district. We heard well, I won't read through, but there is a detail of in the budget message of the timelines that we have presented, various versions of the budget to the commissioners, and then this is the culmination of those discussions and feedback received.
Thanks, Mike. I really didn't bang the drum hard enough and we should actually.
Well, I heard you mention it's mostly the solid waste. It's actually
it's not. It's
mostly
mostly
the
not
county
the solid
budget.
waste,
And the
yeah.
solid waste is a very small.
Yes, excuse me.
You're okay.
You were exactly right. I wish that I had a trumpet to blow the fanfare because this is a big deal. And it happens every year, but it's always impressive when we get to this point.
And Ramona is not on with us, but,
She is, she's phone number.
oh, I'm sorry, Ramona.
Is with us under 729-9057. Ramona, I did not mean to belittle your and Paige's work. I feel awkward and terrible. But anything else?
Well, good morning, commissioners and staff. Well, I was just hoping it was going to be that easy just to finish up, but just to reiterate what Mike said, you know, it's been a great team effort. We are anxious to get through this process today. From the time we presented the preliminary budget to the documents that are before you are essentially cleanup, accumulation of last minute changes, and trying to just make sure that all of those personnel changes that you approved were incorporated, that our open enrollment changes are incorporated. As you know, those are some big ticket items for the bottom line. So we wanted to make sure those were incorporated. Ironically, we've already had requests for changes that came in as late as 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So this is a living, working document, but as the resolutions are presented before you, we're requesting your consideration to approve these as you go through them to finalize the appropriations for 2025.
Thank you, Ramona. Procedural question. We've got two resolutions, 2024-56 and 2024-59. In order for us to accomplish what we hope to do, we need to adopt both those resolutions by formal vote, correct?
Correct.
Excellent.
Correct. Yeah.
Any questions on the budget document itself before we go to those resolutions? Commissioner Brown.
The biggest question I have is when we last reviewed this a couple weeks ago, we spent some time looking at the personnel costs, and you mentioned, Jared, who walked us through this, that the personnel costs were at that time in the general fund, but that any filled positions would be allocated to the departments so that we would have a fuller picture of what each department budget looked like. And did that happen? Because still see like $10 million in personnel costs in the general fund and not, I don't see those in the department budgets.
That's good catch, Commissioner Brown. They were not kind of cascaded across all of the divisions within the departments. We have recalculated that number based on all the FTE and the added FTE, but we did not kind of get those across the budgets as they had appeared previously. I think that's an exercise that we're trying to do in a tactful way to avoid, as we've discussed, a perception of vacancy savings and increased, we have it all in one bucket. That way we can move the money into the departments and they know exactly how much they have for salaries instead of having kind of a figment in their budgets.
So Jared, am I correct that you were going to move the funds from the general fund for any positions that you anticipated being filled on January 1st and then retain the rest until those positions were filled? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why was that not done?
I think that's an oversight on my part. I didn't catch that one.
Okay.
Presented.
Okay, I think we should do that because I think it's important that so much of our costs are personnel for good reason. We're a service organization. I feel like we should do that allocation before we approve the budget.
So just for clarification, there is a personnel cost by fund in the budget document. So the personnel costs for the general fund, they're on the all funds summary. I'm sorry, on the department at the very bottom, $10,223,757. That is just general fund staffing. Each respective fund that has staff has a personnel line item in there similar to that. It's not then further broke down by department, but it is allocated by fund. I don't know if that helps clarify anything or not.
Well,
Simply, there's a repository by fund for these personnel costs.
I guess, but I'm looking at like just page, where is it? 17. This is the first department budget, right? 101-0110, Office of the Board expenditures and salaries are 0. Whereas, for 2024, the current estimate is 726,000. So I feel like that we need to get that, the number in there.
So we can talk, Jared and Mike and I'll have to talk because we went back and forth on that and we had kind of come to the agreement that we were going to just appropriate it at the fund level and then move it as needed to cover costs. And so this particular rendition of this document doesn't show that, but essentially that's what will happen. We haven't just figured out the exact process of how that will look, since this is kind of a change in how we were budgeting for the personnel. So I'm confident that the numbers are included in the appropriation in the resolution. So when you approve a resolution, the numbers that you're appropriating includes full staffing costs and personnel costs. It's just not reflected at the department level in the budget document at this time.
I
Jared
understand that.
or Mike? I'm not
Jared and
sure.
then me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it, to Ramona's point, the numbers are here, right? So none of the actual numbers in the document are wrong. We just have not cascaded them, particularly in the general fund, as you mentioned, Commissioner Brown. It hasn't been cascaded across all the departments, so to speak. It has all of them included, but they are all in this lump sum that you see on page 16. And so I think that is something that we can definitely work on and get generated if we want to do that. But it's been one of these things, this push and pull that we have with trying to kind of combat that vacancy savings consideration as we move throughout the year.
One of the reasons why we shifted to this method, and I think when we can easily show what those allocated personnel costs are by department, but because all of our elected officials, you know, as one reason, are in the general fund. When you approve their budget, you've approved their positions that they've requested, but if you approve those amounts in their budget, you are essentially then done. If they want to reallocate those, that is an ability they have as an elected official, and that's where we were seeing a lot of the vacancies. Saving, you know, a quote unquote savings because they hadn't hired that person on January 1 being used for different purposes. And the commissioners do not have the authority to go back in at that point and say, no, you can't do that.
But Mike, again, my understanding was we were gonna allocate the funds of the positions that were filled. And we were gonna hold back in the general fund personnel line item vacancies.
And so I think we can easily do that and we can easily show that, but that wouldn't change the overall appropriation is.
Right.
So in this, because this resolution is appropriating those funds, I think we could, if the board was willing to approve this, we could still come back to you with, and here's what it looks like per the filled vacancies on January 1, or the filled positions for all departments and offices on January 1.
I would like to take that path.
Okay, Commissioner Holstrom, how do you feel about that?
I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you. We will do.
Yes. Makes sense. I had another question about this. We spent quite a bit of time talking as we went through the various phases of the budget about the new approach that we were taking this year, which includes this issue, this approach to personnel. And also, and Jared, you're the expert on this, you've presented it so well, that we are only budgeting for projects with where a grant has been approved. And then another thing we were also doing was you were doing a more accurate job of allocating the cap insurance, which I don't think is a huge deal. But anyway, none of that is covered in the narrative. And I wondered if that might be useful for the public and also just for historical purposes for people to understand why things have maybe changed the way they have because we did, because you did take that different and better approach.
So I'm going to be speaking about our budget tomorrow on Kodo. And then we will also have the budget brochure that we're working on. And I think we could highlight those items for sure. The budget message has some statutory requirements. I'm not saying that that couldn't have been included, and my apologies for not highlighting that. But I can definitely do so in all of our subsequent documents and communications that are going to go out.
But this is our record of the 2025 budget. Is there an opportunity without holding up the process to amend the budget message to include something like that? Or does that completely throw off our schedule?
I think we can adopt it as amended, per the suggestion that we include, you know, a brief description of our, I suppose, amended methods, or so to speak. You know, so I think there is a way, just whenever the motion is made, particularly on the first resolution, 2024-56, just mentioning that as amended per the discussion to include our methodology changes.
Thank you, Jared. I think that's wise, and I think that hearing you say that it's doable. I like Commissioner Brown's idea to include that for future boards to be able to understand that we did make a shift in methodology here.
We actually made that shift last year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we're highlighting.
we can do that for sure.
Okay. Commissioner Brown, any other thoughts?
No.
Right. Thank you for taking such a careful and thoughtful look at this and kind of remembering some past conversations. Commissioner Holstrom, do you have any other concerns or thoughts?
I do not. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it.
Great. Commissioner Brown, would you care to make a motion for 2024-56? That's resolution 2024-56 as amended per our discussion?
Okay, let me pull up the Just one sec. Okay. All right, we are on item 7.
B as in boy.
I move that we adopt resolution 2024-56, summarizing expenditures and adopting budgets for San Miguel County and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2025 and ending on the last day of December 2025, with an amendment to the budget memo to summarize briefly the change in approach taken this and perhaps maybe last budgeting year. You guys will clarify that.
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Further discussion? Hearing
Can
none-
I just make a quick, sorry, can I make a quick statement?
Yes, you may.
The motion, the resolution 2024-56 is just summarizing expenditures and revenues for San Miguel County. The resolution 2024-59 is for the Solid Waste Disposal District.
Thank you.
And if I,
So we are going to scratch the words "and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District." This is a friendly amendment suggestion, Ann, from your motion, and proceed with the rest as you stated.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
So
As
what?
does Commissioner Holstrom for the second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote.
Hi.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown, and I approve as well. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Let's move to item 7C, which is a consideration of resolutions appropriating sums of money to various funds and spending agencies.
Do we have, is
Yeah.
the solid waste one in D?
If I may suggest.
Jared, go ahead.
Since the solid waste resolution is also part of B,
Mhm.
if we could get a motion to adopt. Resolution 2024-59 as well, as part of
Excellent.
B.
So
Then
moved.
we-
Kind of a two-step.
Then
it
we
will
cover
be
the
a-
solid waste.
Yeah.
It'll be a two-step procedure.
Got it.
So moved.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Aye. Okay, we're weaving through some procedural thickets here. And does that take us on to 7C? Okay. Consideration of resolutions appropriating sums of money to various funds and spending agencies for San Miguel County and to the San Miguel County Disposal District for the 2025 budget year.
And I can hopefully speak to this one. These are the resolutions to appropriate sums of money. So this is the technical legal authority to spend as granted by the commissioners. And so it's kind of a two-step process. You adopt the budget, then you appropriate the funds. This is that second step to allow us to spend money starting the new year.
Seems like we've come this far. Commissioners, do you have any questions on this second step?
Well, this will be 2024-58 and 2024-61.
I'm seeing 57 and 60. We're on item 7C.
Okay. Okay. I see. Okay, and then we go on to the levying of taxes. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry for the sequel.
Go for it, Ann.
I move that we approve resolutions 2024-57. Appropriating sums of money to the various funds and spending agencies in the amount and for the purpose as set forth for San Miguel County, Colorado for the budget 2025 year, as well as resolution 2024-60, appropriating sums of money to the specified spending agency in the amount and for the purpose as set forth below for the, that in the resolution, for the solid waste disposal district, Colorado, for the budget, for the 2025 budget year. It should probably say San Miguel County, Colorado in there, right? For the 2025 budget year.
Second,
Further discussion? All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
As well. Moving to item 7D. Consideration of resolutions levying property taxes for the year 2024 for San Miguel County and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District for the 2025 budget year. Ramona and Paige and Jared are all up to bat on this one.
So I'll go ahead and take the lead on this. As we have discussed earlier in the year and throughout this process, this is to certify the mill levy for the 2025 year collections. It's based actually on the 2024 year because we do this in arrears. But as we have discussed, in some reasons, because of the new legislative changes that have happened over the past year, we had requested that we assume our full mill levy as a county in order to set a new baseline. This does reflect that, showing the general fund. It's actually less than the general fund this year because we've moved those dollars across all of the other spending agencies in a higher amount than we did last year. So as you recall, last year we applied temporary tax credit. We've not done that. And we also had minor amendments to other levy types, early child care, mental health, and a few others, and we changed those. This also does reflect the successful election in November, moving the $500,000 from Parks and Open Space to our housing fund. So all of those are included with the dollar values. A special thanks to our assessor, Ms. Enders. She got us our final levy before Thanksgiving, which isn't a requirement of assessors. And so we thank her for doing that work and getting it to us early. And this reflects all of those amendments and changes to get us to our final property tax values.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Commissioners, any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I just have a comment that this is a responsibility of the board that I assume my other commissioners take very seriously. This is where we are asking or requiring our taxpayers to step up and fund the operations of the government. And as people know, we were very careful last year to take really the minimum we felt that we reasonably could, or we responsibly could, in order to provide some tax relief to our citizens. This year, we are taking the full amount because as Jared mentioned, with the passage of the new legislation at the state level, we will be capped in terms of how much we can take in the future based on this year as the bottom of the base case. So again, trying to be responsible, that is our reason for doing that. I'm also really pleased to see that we have decided to fully fund ECAP, which is our early child care and education fund, help with the mental health services, because I think those are so important for the well-being of our community. And I'm super pleased that the voters agreed to reallocate some of the Parks and Open Space Fund to the Housing Authority Fund, because we know that's a important priority for us. So anyway, it's a responsibility I take really seriously, but I feel like we've made the right decisions for the community, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thumbs up from the room, and please proceed.
Okay, I move that we approve resolution 2024-58, levying property taxes for the year 2024 for San Miguel County, Colorado for the 2025 budget year, as well as approving resolution 2024-61, levying property taxes for the year 2024 for the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District in Colorado for the 2025 budget year.
Second,
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote.
aye.
Aye.
I as well will be serving champagne with lunch. Thank you, everybody. Paige and Ramona, as always, you've heard us say it, but we mean it. Thank you so much for working so hard, so diligently to have this document completed and ahead of schedule, ahead of state statute requirement. And Jared and Mike, well done. All of you all. All right,
Thank you all. Have a good day.
you too. Thank you, Mara.
Thanks.
We are moving to item 7E. We are running a bit behind schedule, my apologies, but that was useful time well spent there. And we are now moving to a presentation of the 2024 Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. We have a number of presenters in the room. Please come up to a microphone. We'll get you plugged into the Zoom meeting to share screens. Introduce yourselves. And let's learn where we sit. Welcome. Hi,
Let me just get my
Grundy.
screen up.
Harry Brock. Mandy, how are you all?
Good.
Good. Glad you're here.
Yeah.
Want to come up too? There's room.
Come on up,
Why
Nolan.
not? Okay. Backup singers need a microphone too. So just watch your head. There's a very sharp corner. There you go. Working.
Yeah, we got it. Hi, how are ya? I'm Carrie. I work for Tri-County Health and I am the administrator for the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. I'm here with me is Mandy Miller, who is on the panel, as well as Dr. Grundy and Melanie, also from Tri-County. Point of today is to just go over a little bit of what the Behavioral Health Solutions Advisory Panel has been up to. I will probably call it the panel from here on out because that is a whole mouthful of a sentence to get through. But just a refresher, the panel was established in 2018 when the voters passed a mill levy to fund the county's mental health fund. Purpose of the panel is to basically advise the BOCC on how to spend that fund. Priorities for the fund include mental health counselors and programs in schools, mental health and substance abuse crisis and emergency response services, suicide prevention programs, and substance abuse prevention and treatment programs. So this was for the year 2024, this year that we're in right now. As you can see, the panel's biggest area is going to be grants. These are grants to local area agencies, to clinics, to schools, various nonprofit groups. Our second biggest area and probably the most popular or well-known program through the panel is going to be the Behavioral Health Fund. That's a fund that anyone who lives or works in San Miguel County can apply for a scholarship to receive funding to see a therapist that's on our approved list of providers. Some of these other areas are contracts that the panel and the county established. All of these are with Tri-County for various services they require. So at the top, we have the panel administration and marketing. There's the Behavioral Health Fund Administration, which includes basically everything it takes to run the fund. That'll be processing the applications, approving providers, and working with the county to process the payments and the invoices. And then our behavioral health navigator works with people who might have a higher need in terms of behavioral health needs. And their basic goal is to establish long-term strategies with these folks to make sure they can continue to access behavioral health care. So a lot of those people come in the door with the Behavioral Health Fund, accessing those scholarships. But for people with long-term behavioral mental health needs, the behavioral health navigators are trying to get them to a place where they can consistently access care and not worry about their sessions or their scholarships running out through the Behavioral Health Fund. And then we also have a small line item for professional development that goes to local behavioral health providers. and includes things like training in advanced therapeutic techniques like EMDR, clinical supervision for licensure, and group trainings, which is something we started this year for topics that local providers feel like they all need to know more about or get better at. This is just a breakdown of the grants that you saw on the last slide. So as you could see, it was like a pretty big budget area, over $500,000 this year. Went to various agencies for their grants. Some of these are multi-year grants, so this page just reflects what they received in 2024. And I will go into a little bit about each of them in the coming slides, but the ones in green are going to be your med centers and your clinics. That's Access Health, Uncompahgre Medical Center, and the Telluride Regional Medical Center. And the blue on the right, those are the school grants to Telluride Mountain School and the Telluride School District. And then up at the top is nonprofits and agencies, a little bit of a mix of what kind of services they're providing through those agencies. So these are the clinic and med center grants. Starting with Telluride Regional Medical Center, they were awarded a 3-year grant in 2023. They used that funding to hire an additional behavioral health counselor, which expands access to local patients. And they're also funding the supervision and training of at least one, if not two now, pre-licensure clinicians. Benefits of the med centers is that they are often more able to take insurance than a private practitioner can. And if you ever need to know more about how hard it is to take insurance, Mandy Miller will be able to tell you all about that. But it's so funding these positions at the Regional Medical Center and Uncompahgre Medical Center is great for a couple of reasons. But yeah, the med centers are more able to take insurance than private practitioners can. They also do integrated behavioral health care. So that's, can help expand access to folks who might never pick up the phone and call a therapist, but who go to the med center for an appointment, and the med center does the screener with them. And then they have the integrated behavioral health care, the warm handoff, that can kind of, again, help get people through the door. Similar program at Uncompahgre Medical Center. They also have a 3-year grant ending next year, the end of next year. They used it to recruit and hire a behavioral health provider, and their funding is continuing to support the salary of that provider. It's allowing them to do the same thing as the Telluride Med Center, provide behavioral health services and that integrated care, that warm handoff. And then Access Health got a smaller 1-year grant of $50,000. They used that funding to expand services in their Norwood clinic. They were able to add a psychiatric assistant to the Norwood clinic, which is a psychiatric assistant can help do the medication management appointments. And they've also hired, with this clinic expansion, 2 full-time clinicians, and they provide supervision for unlicensed clinicians. On the school-based grants, Telluride School District got a 1-year grant of $50,000. They also received a grant for next year, which we will get into, that will allow them to continue this work. It contributes to the salary of an MTSS, which is multi-tiered systems of support and behavioral health coordinator. The school district has laid the groundwork for a district-wide committee and is going to continue that work next year with their new grant. Telluride Mountain School also received a 3-year grant ending at the end of this year. They were able to use that grant to employ a full-time counselor therapist that is in the school. And they've used funding to run a couple programs for the students on social media and technology, how mental health relates to those, and the substance abuse prevention programs. And here we have the agency grants from this year. San Miguel Resource Center received a 3-year grant ending next year. That grant is used to provide crisis interventions to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, provide emergency safe housing to survivors, and host outreach presentations. They also have done workshops with students in both the Telluride and Norwood school districts and provided victims advocates trainings. Raíces Sin Fronteras received a 1-year grant of $50,000. That funded community conversations. Those are sort of group workshops, dinners, events that take place in both a bilingual format and Spanish only. And they bring in expert speakers to talk about things that might affect mental health, especially mental health for the immigrant and bilingual community or Spanish speaking community. Topics like sexual harassment, harm reduction, immigrant trauma, and labor exploitation. And then we have Gathering Grieve. They have a grant ending this year, although they did receive an additional amount of funding for next year. That would be with Ray Schaffner and Lindsay from the Med Center. And it's a grief, they run several grief groups with professional support, allowing them to receive education regarding grief processes and address any challenges members may be going through. And then Tri-County Health Network also has a grant ending this year. It was a 3-year grant. That was used, it's kind of transitioned as the years have passed, but has always been used to provide trainings to the community. I actually took one of these trainings before I worked for Tri-County, when I worked for the resort, when I was with Telsky. And they'll come in and it's a class on how to recognize the signs of suicide, mental crisis, and kind of empowering people to step up if they feel that someone they are close to might be going through something like that, and recognize those signs and also feel able to say something about it or talk to someone about it. And Tri-County goes into a bunch of organizations and workplaces and does those trainings. This year, it's also been used to create the San Miguel Youth Fund, which very much mirrors the Behavioral Health Fund, funds therapy services for youth that attend San Miguel schools. This year, youth were able to get unlimited sessions. So any youth that applied for a scholarship was able to get unlimited sessions. It has now gotten much more popular, so unlimited sessions are unlikely next year. I think we will just be doing 6 and 12 sessions the same way we do with the Behavioral Health Fund. But takes a little bit of weight off of the Behavioral Health Fund and also provides a youth-specific way for them to do this. So our application is made so that anyone 12 years or older can fill it out themselves, reach out for that help themselves, and then Tri-County can help them get that. Moving on from grants onto the Behavioral Health Fund. As I said, this is probably one of the more popular, at least well-known programs through the Solutions Panel. Anyone who lives or works here is eligible to receive a scholarship. The way it works is that the county pays $110 to providers for 6 therapy sessions. Someone might still have to pay a copay if their provider charges $130, $140, but it makes it much more affordable. And then those at or below a certain income level, 400% of the federal poverty line, can receive an additional 6-session scholarship after they come back, do proof of income stuff, and meet with one of our behavioral health navigators. So because this has been such a popular program, we've historically gone somewhat over budget. It's $230,000 allocated for this program. And I think we've pretty much every year gone over that amount. So we sort of shifted strategies this year and stopped accepting applications once we'd hit 230 promise. We give people a letter, it says you got this scholarship. Once we promised 230, we stopped accepting applications. Because not everyone uses all or sometimes even any of their scholarship, we're going to come in under budget this year. I think we'll probably come in under $200,000 this year. But the panelists talked about that and decided that whatever is left over will just get rolled into next year's Behavioral Health Fund balance. So once we reconcile what happens, we'll just have a larger budget to start with next year. Anne, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Carrie. If you stop taking applications, is there a way for you to track how many people would have applied if we hadn't, or if you hadn't stopped taking applications, just so we know how many people we're keeping stranded and understand the unmet need?
No, and I have regrets about the way that I managed the application closure. I think if I'd done it again, I would have at least had people put in an email address and say, hey, I came to this page to apply. The one thing we do have is that we've already opened the applications for 2025, and we're getting a lot of applications already, and that's for scholarships that people won't even be able to use until January. But if we open them in January, we'd probably get about 150 applications in a month. So we open them now so that we can sort of stagger the process of approving them. So yeah, I can look into that, and next time I see you, let you know how many. We've definitely already received 40 or 50 applications for.
That's okay. Yeah, you don't have to follow up with me, but that's great. I'm glad you were able to open it up a little early and get those people services. But that suggests that that there was unmet need because we had to close off the application. So thank you.
We know there is, you know, we hear it from people looking to apply, from providers that have clients that would have liked to apply. There's definitely that need, but we've got some strategies for next year. We'll be starting with a larger balance, hoping to keep it open later into the year. And then our care coordination team, our navigator team, is working on just meeting with more of these people and trying to figure out some other strategies, but it's not easy.
No, but that's great. That's really great. So we aren't leaving too many people or anybody hanging if we could. Thank you.
Moving on to next year. This is sort of the proposed budget for next year, what the panel has voted on. As you can see, grants are once again going to be over half of the budget. That includes about 300,000 in previously existing commitments. So those are those multi-year grants I was showing you. We were already committed to, and then about 200,000 in new grants. Behavioral Health Fund right now, 230, hopefully a little bit higher once we reconcile what happened this year. And then we also worked with the county and with Jared, thank you, this year to, we had those 3 existing contracts that have sort of all been created at different points in the solutions panel's history and what they needed, that were getting a little bit administratively difficult to manage. They had very similar names and all renewed at different dates, and the county was very patient working with me on getting those renewed. But what we did this year is basically rolled all of them into one RFP. That RFP went out for open applications. 2 different agencies applied, and the panel did select Tri-County to once again take on those tasks. So that big red part of it is just all those previous contracts just all rolled into one to make it a little bit easier administratively. I think that's actually on your agenda for approval today. These are the grant allocations for next year. So a lot of them will be those existing commitments, as well as some new ones. Telluride Regional Medical Center is receiving another grant next year, as well as Telluride School District and Raíces Sin Fronteras and Gather and Grieve. Those are all going to be new contracts this year or next year, as well as Tri-County Health Network. So about half and half of those are previously existing. So Gather and Grieve is getting a much smaller grant this year. They'll probably only be running one grief group with the grant. And then Ray Schaffner, who runs Gather and Grieve, is looking to transition the group into new leadership. So this grant is basically intended to support one more grief group and then transitioning it into new leadership. Raíces Sin Fronteras received a new 3-year grant. It's going to be about $33,000 a year. And that's going to continue the programming they did this past year, expanding behavioral health support for the Latino community, enhancing multilingual access when it comes to receiving care, and again, keeping their community conversations program going. Tri-County Health Network will be receiving a grant to continue those mental health trainings and trainings for mental health providers, and then also the continuation of the youth fund. That started middle of the year this year, and we did see it be pretty popular, so we're looking to continue it. The Telluride Regional Medical Center, this additional grant will help them continue to staff their integrated behavioral health program with a fully licensed provider. And those providers will also play a role in some of their group programming, medically assisted treatment, and behavioral health care with the weight management program. And then Telluride School District, that funding will continue to support the behavior and the MTSS coordinator position, which involves positive behavior intervention support programming. A lot of acronyms in the school district one. And looking to 2025. Continuing what we're doing, I think the panel has sort of 4 big areas that they're looking at when it comes to these, as well as, many other programs. But access to care, I think, is always going to be one of the biggest ones. The care is out there, but can people in our community access it is the biggest question. And there's, a multifaceted approach to helping people access that. There's our behavioral health fund, our youth fund, and then also funding the med centers and access to make sure that they have clinicians who can take insurance, who can take sliding scale payments. Just kind of a broad way of making sure that those people are there. Workforce development, we have about at least 25 people in San Miguel County who have gone to school for counseling or social work and who are working towards getting their license. I think that was big during COVID. A lot of people went back to school during that time. And so they're all kind of getting to the point where they need supervision hours and supervision experience to become fully licensed providers. So the panel funds clinical supervision. People can apply to get their clinical supervision paid for, so that they can work in this community while they're doing it. And again, just those trainings on new techniques and the provider positions. The school support is big, employing those in-school counselors. It's kind of similar to the med centers where someone might not come in for behavioral health care, but if the behavioral health care is there and they're in the door already, it makes it a lot easier for them to access it, just having those people already there. As well as the other programs about anti-bullying campaigns, social media, and substance abuse prevention in schools. And then I think a lot of the other ones fall into somewhat of a combating social isolation. Tri-County Health Network did a quality of life survey in 2023, and 40% of respondents in the county reported feeling isolated from others. We don't know why exactly, we don't know what all the specific reasons are, but we know that a significant portion of people here are feeling a significant amount of isolation. So funding for things like the grief groups, for community conversations, sober activities, these can help combat the effects of social isolation and get people in the door and with people who understand. So that is it. Can I open it up to any questions for myself, Dr. Gundy or Andy?
Thank you, Carrie. Questions from the commissioners?
Oh, yes. And Andres is all, I didn't realize Andres is also on Zoom. He's a member of the panel too.
Excellent. Hola, Andres.
Perhaps a sensitive question, but the amounts going to the mountain school versus the public school, is that because the public school has more resources and more things it can access?
So the Mountain School one, this is the last one of their 3-year grant. Telluride School District also applied for a $50,000 grant this year. Because the panel had so many prior existing commitments, there was those $300,000. We weren't able to fund anyone's ask entirely this year, so everyone got 88%, which is why Telluride School District got 44.
And it's also per grant, so it's what they wrote for. So like you also see the Norwood School District's not on there.
Yeah.
And they have not applied for a grant. So we did discuss that at one of our last meetings of how can we help also institutions that might not have the staff for grant writing. So we're kind of, Tri-County might be thinking about how to assist with that, or how do we be inclusive?
Right.
They've been through transition though. They transitioned their
Yeah.
Yeah, and excuse me, I would just add to that, my understanding of historically what happened was that the Telluride School District has had sort of that behavioral health, mental health programming already built into their school that they're building upon. Whereas the Mountain School was really trying to get that off of the ground a few years ago when the grant was applied for. So it's really helped them institute that as part of just their school culture.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight that. So we had the 4 bucket areas that the voters said, you know, via our needs assessment of the county. So it's really, we can really only fund those 4 bucket areas. So it's substance use services, school-based, crisis, and suicide prevention. So when we get grant applications, we really have to look to those 4 buckets. But I did want to highlight that we do now have full-time therapists in all 3 schools,
Which is great.
which has made incredible impacts. And the addition of the youth fund this year. So when you looked at that number of 242 clients, we shifted those under 18 to the youth fund. So that doesn't include the youth. And the youth fund didn't run out this fall. So we were able to continue to see anyone under 18 in addition to it, if they were able to be seen with the therapists at the school. So that's a big win for our communities.
Great, thank you.
Mike Bordonia.
Hi, thanks for being here and thanks for all you do. I was curious if the sheriff or anybody from the sheriff's office has reached out to you or have made any application. Because I know a constant thing that we hear from him is the lack of places for folks that are experiencing substance use disorder kind of crisis. And when our deputies are taking folks to Montrose and they don't have any room for them, they're just kind of driving them back and forth and they don't know what to do with them. And he's mentioned that to me several times, but I was curious if he's raised this to your attention.
So I'll get to your question in just a second, but this does remind me that the panel has an open seat at this point. Rob Whiting, who was on the panel, is leaving. And so we are accepting applications for a new panel member. And it's for a community member at large seat. So anyone who lives full-time in San Miguel County is eligible to apply, but the panel is really interested in having representation from law enforcement or EMS. So I've been reaching out to them to try to see if anyone is interested, because that is the kind of thing that they want to hear. We didn't receive any grant applications from the sheriff's office, but I did speak to Wendy from Juvenile Services at a meeting recently, and we're hopefully going to connect next year and see if they can apply for something, if there is some kind of program they want to apply for.
And it's a reminder, we don't run programs, we fund.
Right.
So it's up to,
No, yeah, and basically one of the ideas he shared with me was he wanted to see if they could have a space available during the high acuity times from their call volumes to bring folks to the crisis center in Montrose.
I wonder who.
Yeah, and this has come up before
I wonder who
with
would
Sheriff Bill, but
navigate that though.
yeah, and I can say, I think a good addition to our solutions panel was adding Shelley Spalding from Access Health, who would be overseeing the crisis walk-in center in Montrose. And I mean, we really would love to see a law enforcement person on the panel so that we can make those conversations more fruitful. In addition, and Anne could maybe speak to this, is focusing on adding back in co-responders. And I know that the county has prioritized that. So those conversations are moving forward as well, because we absolutely hear that needing. You're absolutely right, Mike.
Thank you. You'll be hearing from somebody. Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. I know this is outside of all of your other work that you all are doing to care for our community. So thank you for serving on the panel, and thank you to Tri-County for doing such a thoughtful job of managing the funds and the panel and everything else. It's so important. And it's just, I thank you for coming to this slide too, because I feel like those priorities are really appropriate. One of you mentioned that when you all review grants, you have to make sure that the ones you award fall into those 4 buckets that were designated by the ballot measure. And as we move into next year, doing a behavioral health strategic plan for the community, you're not doing that, but that's something that I know our public health department is leading up and lots of you will be involved with. But as we move into that strategic plan, if we need to rethink what those buckets are, somehow broaden them or adjust them, I think, we shouldn't feel that we are stuck with those forever. It's possible that we could go back to the voters and ask for those to be adjusted if for some reason they don't reflect our current needs. So let us know as we go through the strategic planning process, if that has hindered the kinds of grants you think we should be giving versus the ones that we are able to, because we could relook at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did put a postscript on one of your previous thoughts for Carrie. When you are tracking the applicants for the youth funding for mental health, if you could also, hoping that doesn't close, but if it does, track unmet need there. I think that would be useful for all of us to have that sense if there is unmet need.
Yeah, moving into next year, I think we'll see how applications with both the behavioral health fund and the youth fund go. And if either has to close, try to keep a system to keep track of what unmet need, how many people are coming.
And
Looking
just
for
to add emphasis to Mike's comment about crisis services, I did notice that one of the buckets included emergency services, and looking at the charts and where the money's going, that was notably absent. So I'm glad to hear that you're looking for law enforcement or community policing representative, and also that you're willing to engage in that if and when it comes up. After speaking with Sheriff Bill and kind of getting the situation that Mike outlined, given to me blow by blow, it sounded like it is a crisis that we need to address quickly. And as Mike said, I think you'll be hearing from at least the Sheriff's Department.
And I'll also add, Paragon, who's out of Denver, took over our crisis contract this year
Mhm.
to provide crisis services. So whereas historically we had co-responders with our sheriff's department.
Mhm.
So we're kind of working through those bumps as well as we navigate kind of remote workers in the crisis system.
Double
That,
bumps.
and that's through the county though.
Right.
That's not this board.
Right. This
Right.
board does not oversee that, but that
That's-
is a shift that has occurred in looking at where we fund things because they're funded from the state to do crisis services.
Got it. So there's a different angle that you're having to incorporate now.
Yeah, I also wanted to give a quick plug. We met the ski towns in the West, met through the through the Cats Amsterdam Foundation, and now we meet continually. And it was so lovely to connect with other ski towns and notice that these 4 things are what everyone is seeing and to be able to share and learn from each other. But also Melanie did an amazing job of presenting about our county to all of those ski towns. And one of the pivotal things that we did that's different than others is make our behavioral health fund accessible regardless of income. And we heard just magnanimous support from the community because of those folks that are in the middle income area that may not be wouldn't prioritize funding their own mental health. And so we've elected to continue making it regardless of income.
And that led to Tri-County did receive a grant from Cats Amsterdam.
Yeah, we did. Cats Amsterdam is putting about $100,000 into San Miguel County. That money is being divided up between the medical center to support MAT funding, which is medical assisted therapy to help folks who are dealing with substance use recovery. And then Tri-County Health Network to support some of our multicultural advocacy, Spanish-speaking specific behavioral health services and programming. And then the San Miguel Resource Center's therapy fund for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault who are Spanish speakers.
Can you spell out who that grant was from? Just because I noticed it
Yeah.
said something about meow type cats on our.
Yeah, it's through the Cats Amsterdam Foundation.
Is from Vail, right? The family that.
Yeah,
Vail, they created a foundation
Okay.
for Ski Town mental health.
yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Melanie, is that the first grant that the community here has received from Cats Amsterdam?
Essentially, yes, we did receive a grant to conduct the quality of life survey. So this is the first grant that is going into the programming of our community.
That's huge. I know you have been working on that relationship and that funding for as long as I've been a commissioner. Well done.
Thank you. It's exciting. And like Mandy said, they've been a great partner because we're kind of comparing apples to apples, you know, when we're talking to other ski towns, we're having that conversation about mental health with other communities isn't necessarily comparable when the cultures of where you live is so different. But this does bring together a really great network of people.
And I have one little plug of, as politicians, just a reminder, if you're in touch with people higher up on the scheme of things, the reform to me with mental health that needs to occur is in the insurance industry. And so I do think the squeaky wheel gets heard in this, and mental health needs to not be so cumbersome for independent contractors to try to bill. They need to reimburse appropriately. $50 reimbursement for an hour-long session is not appropriate. And so if we swim upstream, like that has to get dealt with, and that has to come from people who can impact insurance companies, et cetera, and that can be done politically. So if you are talking to higher ups, like get to understand this, that is a huge burden to people. A lot of people actually have insurance but have to use the fund because it's not
High
independent.
deductibles, and you all know.
High
we have-
deductibles, independent practitioners fight you. Mandy doesn't have time to fight 3 days calling an insurance company nonstop because they haven't reimbursed and they have a question and she didn't fill out something correctly. So that's just my little plug.
Wasting time is a mental health issue.
It is.
The significant majority of the people who use the behavioral health fund are insured. I would say at least 70%. There are uninsured people who use it, but most people have insurance. They have insurance through some of our largest employers, but they are not able to use that insurance to get the care that they need.
And UMC and TMC and Access would tell you also just, we do take insurance, but it doesn't cover the cost.
Thank you for that reminder to continue to swim upstream, Dr.
Yep.
Grundy. I did have the pleasure of meeting the state insurance commissioner a couple days ago in Denver, and that wasn't a topic that we addressed. We were talking about fire and some other stuff, but hearing what you said and knowing that I'm going to continue to be in contact, I'm going to add that to the list of reforms that we should push for.
Great.
Thank you.
We are about to have meetings, the Board of County Commissioners, with our newly elected state senator and state representative, and we can bring that up with them as well. Do you know of anything, and we don't have to talk about it right now, but if you know of anything specific that we could advocate for or mention, you know, it would be really helpful to have kind of an outline of what exactly we could say or should say if anybody in the room has that or could put it together.
I think we can come up with stuff. There's a great article published a couple of months ago regarding all of this. I think I sent on to you.
Bullet points on that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We'd be able to share
Yep.
that with these upcoming guests and see if we can get some interest and some traction.
Great.
Excellent. Unless there are other questions or comments, we are grateful. And as Commissioner Brown said, thank you for all the good work you do and for adding this to the workload that you've already got in the community. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mandy, when did you get back?
This is a related item. This is item 7. It's approval of the chair's signature on an agreement for behavioral health services administration, the Tri-County Health Network. Jared Biggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Waring, Commissioners. Good morning yet again. This, as Carrie had mentioned during the previous discussion, we had gone out to an RFP to kind of combine the 3 various services that Tri-County Health had been providing to the county and to the behavioral health advisory panel for the last few years. And so we took all of them, made them one RFP package. We did get a couple of responses, and those were considered by the panel as a whole at their last meeting in November. And after a lot of thoughtful deliberation at that point in time, they did make the recommendation to award that contract to Tri-County Health Network. And so this agenda item, I just kind of gave the rundown of that process. And as of now, it is a 2-year contract with an optional 3rd year. And that ranges from, for all 3 of those services, ranges from $231,520 in year 1 to $250,411 in that optional 3rd year. As you saw in Carrie's presentation, they've already kind of built that into the budget after that discussion in November. And so this is really just a consideration of authorizing the chair to sign that contract. I do apologize. I was sending the contract back and forth with Nancy and Maura last week. We did not publish that in the packet. But I think we're just changing a couple things, particularly about the new accessibility requirements and a couple of other things we've included in our contract templates. So I leave it at the board's discretion whether you feel comfortable authorizing the chair's signature today, or would rather we publish that document on consent next week.
Commissioners, Jared's posed a very direct question. We don't have the actual document in front of us. We do have some reassurance from Laura and him that it is up to current standards and that they've made minor additions. Before we address that question, I will say that I appreciate just doing some quick math that the differences between the 231 and the 250 are all within $10,000 of the current. There's no major fluctuation going on here, and I think that compounding everything together is a lot cleaner than having 3 different acronyms to look after. So I appreciate that as well. Commissioners, would you like to defer this until next regular meetings consent agenda so that we have a chance to publish, or are you comfortable with the proposal knowing that we've got the foundation described to us?
I'm fine. Go ahead.
I know, you go.
I'm fine with it, so, but go ahead.
Is there any urgency? I mean, it just seems like it might make sense just for process to publish it as we normally do. But I also don't want to hold it up if there's a problem with that.
I think that we have, as long as there's some indication that it's going to be positively received. Tri-County has been great about working through these things with timing. The execution date would be January 1, effectively, but I think we have time to get there before that. So.
As long as we're not going to hold anything up, I think I would like to do it as by the book. And as far as an indication, yes, I'm supportive, and I'm just waiting for the document to actually do this properly.
Great. We will get that published for our next regular meeting.
All right, commissioners, I just gave one commissioner's indication. Can I get another? There's a thumbs up from Commissioner Holstrom and Brown. There we go. Thank you.
Jared, I know this is one of the first things you tackled when you came here, is getting this all in order. Thank you so much.
It takes a village, Commissioner.
No, it takes you.
All right, we are going to continue on to item 7G, which is consideration of the 2025 San Miguel County Holidays Calendar. Jared Biggs is going to work with us, as is a representative of the Wellness Committee. I'm not sure who that is, but I bet I can figure it out. I don't see Brandy yet. She may be headed this way in person. Maybe we could text her.
Well, I suppose I will simply take the opportunity to start, just set the table where we're at. As the commissioners may recall, in 2024, we had 14 approved holidays. And those were provided, those included a few that may not have been regular holidays. I think the day after the 4th of July was one of them that was afforded to us, and we thank all 3 of you for allowing us to win that party on the 4th of July too. So after consideration of what holidays, this went to the Wellness Committee at their last meeting, and they were reviewing, and they said, well, we really like 14 and we would like to continue to receive 14.
Of course.
And so they put together a slate of holidays that they were looking to have approved. You'll notice the one that may be a little different this year is number 14 on that list when you look at the memo. That is Wednesday, and actually taking New Year's Eve, which typically we have only taken a New Year's Day as a holiday. So again, that was the recommendation from the Wellness Committee, with kind of a second recommendation removing that 14th day and saying we settle for 13 and just remove that New Year's Eve holiday. This has been an interesting conversation. Thanks to Christina Lambert, our HR director. She had been doing a little investigation into it on how other counties kind of conduct this in different ways. And one of the things we did roll over that we thought might be thoughtful we tend to continue to have this question of how do we treat holidays differently for those working 8-hour days versus 10-hour days or 12-hour days or whatever it may be. And that there's usually not a particularly satisfying answer to that. As of now, it's 8 hours is the holiday. And if you need more than that, you either make it up in comp time, you make it up with your time off, other time off. And so we've been trying to think about this maybe a little bit more holistically. And we have reviewed a few other models. So one that we received last week was from Clear Creek County. And they afford a number of hours for holidays instead of having specific holidays designated. They still have their list of holidays, but they say everybody gets 100 hours.
And actually, if I could pause you before you go into the nuance of that.
Yeah.
Because we've offered for most departments and offices and employees 3 different schedule potentials. We've been saying that a holiday is only an 8-hour day. So if you work a 10-hour schedule and you want to take that entire day off, you need to use 2 hours of personal time or vacation time to make that up. What we found is that has not been adhered to universally, and different offices and departments are doing it differently. Some are just giving their employees that extra time off. Some are holding them. And so it's led to some discontent of, well, why do they get more than I do? And so we were exploring is there another way we could look at allocating these holidays, because the county has been very generous, but at the same time, we don't want to be overly generous to some employees and giving others
Equitable,
less.
yeah, need to stay equitable.
So this gets into the Clear Creek model, which I got really excited when I read their policy, because I think it addresses this. Back in my previous place, everybody universally shifted, if they were on a 10-hour schedule, to a 5-day 8-hour schedule for that week. But we've
sounds
struggled to
complicated.
do that in part because we're so disparately located.
Yeah, that sounds really complicated.
Of the two, which is less complicated, the 100 hours?
Well, let's get into what the Clear Creek proposal is, because it's something I would really like to see us consider.
Okay.
And this may end up being a 2-step. I think we wanted to get a direction, we have these holidays, again, we can kind of potentially do the same thing we did with the last presentation and say, let's hold on that for another week while we flesh this out. This is all kind of late in the game, this other proposal from Clear Creek. But just to tell you, we want to know, because it would take an amendment of the personnel policy in order to do this different. Right, so that's not an overnight thing. We will have to do a little preparation for that. But we wanted to see if the commissioners would be interested in this. And the long and the short of it is that the way Clear Creek has crafted their policy, they allow 100 hours for most employees. They do have some exceptions for employees who work 12-hour days, which are pretty much just their sheriffs and EMS staffs. In those cases, they get 120 hours, but it's reflective of they get 10 holidays at 12 hours a day, right? But the other scenario, you get 100 hours for all other employees, and for those working 10-hour days, that allots them 10 days, right? For those working 8-hour days, that allots them actually 12.
And 4 extra.
12 and a part, right? So it spells out that, well, if you work these 8-hour days, you get this, 10-hour days, you get this. Everybody gets the same bucket, so to speak. Instead of, if I'm working 10s and Mike's working 8s and we allot these 14 holidays. Mike wins, well, right. With the way we've been doing it now, which again, to Mike's point, has been inconsistent in practice. Mike wins in that scenario. But depending on my supervisor, I'm there, right? And so that's what we want to start to maybe break apart a little bit, just so we have more equity across all employees. and can do this a little more practical. You would think holidays would be something that seems pretty simple and you just point at the number of days and you go, but it gets a little deep pretty quickly.
Commissioner Holster.
I totally support you taking the time to look through and make sure the Clear Creek one fits for us, because again, we're not in a rush until January 1st.
The only rushed one might be the January first
Right.
holiday for this in a few weeks.
And we've got.
But we know
a
that-
Meeting on December 18th, correct? So it
We can
seems like
determine it
we
then.
could make that determination with enough time to give everybody notice of
Mhm.
how we want to run it for 2025.
Does that make
Correct.
sense?
Yes.
And the same would be true for the budget for Tri-County Health. We've got that meeting on the 20th as a drop dead date to
Right.
get those numbers squared away. Commissioner Brown, are you okay with deferring this decision until we've had a chance to flesh it out?
Yes, I am.
All right, that's what we will do.
And oh, I do have well, you'll tell us more, but just, I don't understand, would we still designate, X number of holidays and people would use their 100 hours on any of those holidays they choose?
Correct. You would.
Out of that list.
Right, you would pick that list and on some days, some employees might say, oh, I'm not into that holiday and I only have X number of hours, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and work that one, where other folks who have those, those 12 and a half, right? Maybe they're taking every one.
Thank you.
Question, was the 100 hours generated based on a specific number of calendar days to be selected from, or was that a number that was generated based on it felt good, or where did the 100 hours come from? Do you know?
I think that 100 hours was really an approximation of 10 holidays.
Okay,
Largely, I think that is kind of the standard when every place I've worked, it's been 10 or 11.
okay.
And so in Clear Creek's case, I think they picked that because it's a nice number. It makes it work relatively well. And really they picked the 10, right? We can look at what scenarios would be at an 11 or a 12 as well and prepare those that way.
Yes,
We
because
can-
we seem to be considering 13 or 14.
Yeah,
and
Yes,
so-
10 to 12 is more of the norm for most Colorado counties.
Well, I know that we are interested in retention and recruitment, and that we made a conscious decision that to be generous with those was one way to do that. So I don't want to have conflicting policy ideas within the same document. And I guess I'm asking for some alternative scenarios with a higher number than 100, just so that we have a palette to consider.
We will make a menu.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that logic tracked with you, commissioners?
Yes.
Sure, but 100 hours at 8 hours a day is 12 and a half days,
Correct.
Yeah.
not 10.
Truth.
Correct.
He was referring to the 10-hour place.
Yeah.
We're juggling some math here because we've already been flexible in our work week requirements as far as when you hit them. So
Yeah, I like this idea.
cool. All right, let's continue. We are on to item 7H. That's consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2024-51, adopting the 2025 Board of County Commissioner open meeting schedule. Carmen Warfield has generated that for us. As we all know, it can flex if it needs to, but at least we've got something to target. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for Carmen, who is with us and can come to a mic if need be?
And I would just ask, are there, we know that we go to Egnar twice a year, we're in
Yes.
Placerville twice a year. We're in Norwood twice a year. But are there any locations of concern?
Placerville?
You're concerned about Placerville, Chris?
Just,
Because of technology or?
just in general, they seem to.
I take it back. There's only one scheduled for Placerville this year.
Okay,
I think that might be an error. That was my question, because we have 2 in Agnar on the schedule, 1 in Placerville and 3 in Norwood. I just wonder if one of the Norwoods should be a Placerville.
Do you have an answer for Commissioner Brown? She's looking at the sheet right
I
now.
would suggest that maybe it's one of those October work sessions that you consider switching from Telluride to Placerville, potentially the 22nd.
That's an easy fix. And then just keep everything else as it stands with 3
Yes.
meetings in Norwood.
So do you want 3 in Norwood?
Not adverse to that. I think that I've got a thumbs up from Commissioner-elect Gleason, that's for sure, as well as Jenny Russell smiling, and so is Todd Bittner. The Norwood contingent thinks
He's
that's a
here.
great idea, as do I.
that's fine.
Yeah, there's no hardship in moving to Norwood. The space is really well set up, and I think that our communities continue to be ever closer, so let's,
The other thing I might note is that in your
Yeah.
December meeting schedule, we know that the passage of the final budget has to happen by December 15th. So that makes the 3rd or the potential of a special meeting, perhaps the 10th becomes a special meeting
sure.
during that after consideration.
Why don't we target the 3rd as the budget deadline, knowing could be aggressive, but that it's easy to shift a work session to a special if need be.
Very good.
And if we realize we're up against it, we can always convene a super special
Very good.
for the 15th.
Sounds reasonable.
But I thank you for looking ahead at that, Mike.
I had one other question, on page 2 of the resolution. Let's see, under point number 5, the second paragraph says, regular meetings, public hearings, and special meetings are recorded and action may be taken on any item. Formal action cannot be taken at work sessions. We hadn't yet sort of defined a public hearing. I think maybe what we meant there was regular meetings, emergency meetings, and special meetings are recorded. Because those are the 3, that's the total of the 4 categories that are outlined in the resolution. That's a Carmen question too, I think.
This is from our previous attorney.
Why don't you come up to the microphone, Carmen, so Ann can hear your response?
This wording is from our previous attorney, so I can look into it and see if there was a reason that she had it written that way.
If we added the words emergency meetings,
I would, no, please do not.
okay?
There's,
Because
it's defined
those
in
are not
statute, what is allowable under an emergency meeting. We've only had one,
Yeah.
and that was at the outset of COVID.
yeah,
I don't want the public thinking that that's something normal for us to do.
good point.
Well, I don't think it makes it normal. I think it just makes the point that it reiterates the point that it needs to be recorded and action may be taken. That's.
An emergency meeting will be codified as a special meeting as well, so it would still fall under all these, but we could add that in parentheses if you want.
And public hearings is listed in there, and I don't see public hearings defined anywhere, so.
That's a fair question, Ann. I think that Amy wanted to make sure that the public understood that public hearings would be recorded and that action would be taken, but you're right, they're not in the same exact bucket as a meeting.
And I apologize, Commissioner Brown, I wasn't looking at the definitions, I just jumped right down into it, so I do concede, I think you're correct. I think we could swap emergency for public hearings.
Great, let's do that.
Okay.
All right, with that, it seems like we are content with our calendar. With the substitution of that Placerville meeting in October, that work session. And Carmen has made that notation. And with the knowledge that we may be flexible in December, depending on how the budget process is taking shape. And with the substitution of emergency meeting for public hearing. Can I get a motion, please?
That was a lot of stuff you just said. I'll
It
let Ann
was.
do it.
I move that we approve resolution 2024-51 of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, adopting the 2025 Board of County Commissioner open meeting schedule with 2 amendments. The first being on page 2 of the resolution under point 5, we swap out public hearings, the words, for emergency meetings, and that we relocate the October 22nd work session from Telluride to Placerville.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I get a second, please?
I will second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We have a schedule. All we've got to do now is execute.
It's a lot of meetings. Galena, you ready?
Yes, she said, oh, yeah. Okay, continuing to our final section 7, it's I, which is consideration of a request for a portion of matching funds from the county by the Norwood Water Commissioner for a new grant award. Mike Bordonia will set the stage for us, and Jenny Russell is also with us. She's coming up to a microphone as well. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. And our chair, Tony Durrani, is on the.
Oh, good.
On Zoom.
Yeah.
Hello, Antonio, Mr. Dariani.
So, thank you, Jenny, for being here. Jenny is a newly appointed member of the Norwood Water Commission and has already shown incredible value. Hit the ground running.
Get the money.
Requested a letter of support, which the county offered on October 11th for a Colorado Water Conservation Board grant. They were awarded that grant, and I'll let Jenny talk about the details of it, but there is a 25% match requirement for the grant. That match is just over 48,000, and that they are coming forth to request $10,000 of matching funds from the county, which we would tentatively take from general fund reserve at this point, unless we can find another area of savings within the general fund to allocate it from.
So there are 2 sides to the issues that the water system is dealing with. The one is water supply, and the other is the domestic sort of our pipelines in the ground and water treatment plant. This grant that we received deals with the water supply issue because our only real water supply is a contract water right in the Gurley Reservoir. And Mike's very familiar with the study that we had done that said that we could run out of water between 2032 and 2036. Which is coming right up, and that depends on the rate of growth being either 3 or 4%. So we applied to ultimately get a federal grant to do the actual work on the ground. But what we need before that is a planning grant. So there are really 2 components to that other than writing the grant, and that is our water supply. Where are we going to get our water from? Where is there extra water? We have some options. They've been initially reviewed. One of my big concerns looking at the recommendation from the report was they give us a number for the construction cost, but not O&M. It's got to have 3-phase power put in by the river and pumped up 680 feet. Some really challenging some challenging terrain. It's going to require a bunch of federal permits, federal environmental assessments, et cetera. So my question is, with about 800 taps, can we afford the O&M? Not just the construction, but continuing. So we're going to look at that. We're also going to look at the San Miguel project water rights that we received through that settlement to see whether they can be moved downstream to the point of our current point of diversion. Or is there any way to move them to Beaver Creek? I don't know. I've never done a change of a conditional water right, which has a different analysis. So I don't really know, but they're going to look at that. The other analysis is we're going to need more storage. We probably could use that right now. Our storage reservoirs are on state land board land. So we need to look at, can we expand those in their current location? Is there something that prevents that? Is there another location? Who owns that? So that's the other part of that grant. So it's both storage and water supply. So we received full funding from the CWCB for our grant request. We have a $48,000 and change match. Our reserves are very, very limited, and we've got some real issues with our pipelines that we're working on that too. So we're trying to kind of marshal our resources at this point in time. We'll be applying for additional grants this year coming up. The other thing to know is that we are a water activity enterprise, so we have a limitation on state and local grants that we can receive. So that's another reason that we're looking towards federal funding for the most part. Tony Durrani, our chair, is on the call. I don't know, Tony, if you have anything else to add.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for considering this proposal. I do think Jenny, just in the interest of brevity, covered our request really well. We're working on the three I'd like to kind of look at a big picture view of what we've been working on here. And supply is one of the issues. Storage is another issue. And the third one is the pipeline, the delivery system that is in bad need of repair. And that's something else we've been working on with this redundant line grant process that we've been going through. So I think Jenny outlined what our immediate need is, which is to meet this matching grant in order to get this capacity technical assistance grant from CWCB, which is going to really help us with the planning phase of addressing some of our needs. So we ask for your consideration and thank you in advance.
And one thing I should mention, since when I'm on the Southwest board, we always want to know that people are putting their own money in. We are raising our rates significantly this year. We have sort of I can't remember if it's 10 or 15% that we're planning for, but we're in the process of doing a rate study. And my guess is it's going to be much bigger than that. Our rates have not kept up. I know that. We just don't know how much. But we are doing everything we can. And we're also going to look at imposing additional fees, especially fees for growth, because we just have to find a way to pay for all this. So we are doing our end of things to the extent that we possibly can.
Thank you both. Without even asking what other entities might be participating, I'm inclined to grant this request. Commissioners, do you have any other thoughts, suggestions?
I agree and really appreciate your coming to us and all the work that you have done. And I'm happy to make a motion.
Please do.
Anne has her hand up though.
She's got a thumbs up, which is different.
Okay, sorry. Gosh, my vision is getting terrible. So I would move to approve a $10,000 grant for 2025 to the Norwood Water Commission to help NWC meet its match obligations with the Colorado Water Conservation Board capacity grant.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Thank you, commissioners.
you,
Yeah, we
Jen.
really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for all your hard work.
Good
I know
luck.
it's-
Surprised.
We will.
We know you have a lot of work to do there and we appreciate that.
There's that.
There's that.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
The labor of love.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, commissioners, we are scheduled for a lunch break. I would ask if we could defer manager matters till the afternoon and take that lunch break because our guest Todd Bittner is here with us and I'd like to spend some time with him.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we will be back at 12:45. We're taking a recess for lunch.
Can I just say to Todd, sorry to miss seeing you in person. I've been wanting to come by and say hello to you and learn how you're doing there at the library. So I'll do that separately.
Please do.
Okay.
Thanks, Ann. We'll see you shortly.
Cool.
Hi, Todd.
There.
Nice to see you.
Nice to be here.
Good.
I'm glad it wasn't snowing.
Hold on.
The Zoom meeting is gone. Wow, it's
Oh, no.
gonna make this a little slower.
Okay,
Welcome
Blitz.
back, everybody. This is our continued county commissioners meeting, and we are on to administrative matters. The next item on the agenda is number 10 and 10A, which is consideration of a recommendation by the Lone Cone Library Board of Trustees to appoint Todd Bissell. And Mr. Bissell is here with us. Welcome, Todd.
He's not.
I'm sorry.
You're not, that's wrong, Todd.
It's very confusing as Todd Bittner, the former superintendent, and Todd Bissell being the current one.
Bissell. Let's start
He
off.
probably did it on purpose.
Todd Bissell is the superintendent of the school. Todd Bittner is the director of the Lone Cone Library, and Mr. Bittner is with us.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Apologize for flubbing that. I know who you are. At any rate, we have two recommendations. The first one is Mr. Bissell. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Bissell is currently the superintendent of the Norwood Public Schools, and I would like to make that a almost appointed position with the school board, and we're going to work on that relationship with the board, the current school board and the library board, that the school superintendent in Norwood is such an integral part of essential programming for academics in our community. It seems like only a natural fit that the superintendent and the library work together in conjunction with each other. Mr. Bissell has been a great resource so far in his short term there, and we just want to maintain it and make it official. And so I highly recommend his experience to be able to grow our board with the academic pursuits, and the STEM programs are going to be expanded with his participation.
Excellent. Commissioners, any questions?
I think it's a great move.
Excellent.
Agreed.
Agreed.
We need to make a motion to make this appointment. Commissioner Holster, how do you feel about a motion?
Move to appoint Todd
Bissell.
Bissell to the Lone Cone Library Board of Directors.
Trustees.
Trustees.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye as
Aye.
well. We have a unanimous motion. Mr.
Outstanding.
Bissell is on the team.
Outstanding.
Let's
Great.
continue to item 10B, consideration of a recommendation by the Lone Cone Library Board of Trustees to appoint, oh no, another tricky name.
It's all you.
I'm diving in. Ken Lukazuski.
Lukaszewski.
Lukaszewski. Ken Lukaszewski.
Like it's written.
Ken Lukaszewski has shown his desire to be a board of trustee member for a variety of reasons. He's on several of the historical society boards throughout the West End, through Natarita and the Norwood community in the region. But he also has 3 children that spend a significant amount of time in the library. He formerly worked in the medical field in California. His family moved back here and has a small working farm. And he's going to get the opportunity to represent both families and the historical academic pieces that he's worked with. He is an integral part of our community, and we really look forward to having him part, because he really is a very, with his medical background, he is very detail oriented. And I think that he will be a great addition to a board that's going to be seeing some significant growth over the coming few years.
Significant growth, do you mean number of board members, or do you mean number of challenges coming your way?
I think the number of positive programs we're going to be offering the community, and having a board that has specific directions on how they want to take us is going to provide a lot more ease for our staff. Our staff feels like since the building was constructed several years ago, that there's been some stagnation. And not from their part, they're just trying to hold on. But it's time for us to grow. And it's time to have a board in place that wants to see us grow. We're going to drop a tool library in the library, so people can come and get a circular saw without the blade. They're going to come and get the extension cord they need, or the stud finder, or any of the necessary things that you need to have a house, because we don't have a rental place. We don't have. And this library needs to be the center and the hub of our community. And that's what we're becoming. And folks like Ken, who have this diverse background, can really help us grow and move forward.
Commissioners, I'm convinced.
Oh, yeah, and I think you have, well, of course, we have our Telluride Library, you have a great example there, and how, you know, I go in every time, I was like, sometimes I don't even know what the tool is that they, now, you can now check out, so, I just think it's a really good move, and, certainly, appreciate those who are willing to serve on the Board of Trustees.
Me too.
Commissioner Brown, any comments?
Sounds like a great fit.
Excellent. Well, I move to approve the recommendation to the Lone Cone Library Board of Trustees to appoint Ken Lukaczewski. Did I get
Close enough.
Really want
Try Luca,
Lukaczewski.
there you go, I will second.
Lukaczewski, you got
Okay.
it.
There's a motion and a second. How do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, you know, 2 new trustees.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
I look forward to seeing you all again, and thank you for a wonderful lunch.
Our pleasure, Todd.
Mhm.
At the right time, feel free to contact Carmen and come back and give us an update on how things are going as the board gets its momentum going.
I will. We've got some very cool things on the edge, so we'll see you in spring.
All right,
Great.
look forward to that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, we are now picking up item number 8, which is our manager's update with Mike Bordonia and Jared Biggs. We'll start with Mike, I think.
Good morning, commissioners, and thanks all and that attended the turkey trot. It's hard to believe it feels like we've been done with this for a long time, but just a week or so ago.
Not basking in the glory.
No, lesser attendance this year due to the weather, but thanks to our county staff and volunteers for rallying and helping to make it another successful event. Also wanted to thank the commissioners for letting Jared and I, along with Ryan Rigetti and Linnea Edwards and Commissioner Waring, the CCI Winter Conference, where we were in Denver last Monday through Wednesday yesterday. And I know Jared wants to touch on some of the programs that we all separately attended. And we learned a lot and networked a lot with our county counterparts, all of whom are experiencing very similar challenges to San Miguel County. I wanted to remind the public that we learned that our law enforcement claims deductible is going to be going up again for next year. Just a few years ago, it was 20,000, then it went to 40,000. Next year, it's going to go to 60,000. So enforcement situations that require the assignment of an attorney are certainly something of high concern to us, and we hope to see less of them as we move forward. On the 11th, next Wednesday, we'll be meeting with Trace Rios, Bureau of Land Management Supervisor Derek Padilla. We'll also in the morning at 9:30, and then we'll be probably adjourning around 10:30. We don't have other items to discuss at that time until 12:30, when we'll be meeting with our new representative, Larry Sukla. And then at 4 p.m. later that day is the lodging tax meeting, and where we'll be appointing a new member to the lodging tax panel, as Alex Berry has stepped off of that group. The following Wednesday will be our last regular meeting for the month of December, and we'll be sharing the results of the Placerville survey and seeking direction from the commissioners. We'll also be bringing you a memorandum of understanding that we're still currently drafting with the town of Telluride to clarify how, if we choose to move forward with a joint town and county building at the Fruin location, how that might work and who would pay for what and the details of that planning. Just to allay any fears, it does not have the county paying for any of the planning at this stage. Also on the meeting on the 18th, we'll be meeting with our new senator, State Senator Cleve Simpson, and hopefully Jeff Hurd. We have also reached out to our new DA, Anna Cooling, She'll be joining us on January 22nd at 9:30.
Mike,
Yes.
I heard from Senator Simpson yesterday that he is not able to attend in person on the 18th, so we're trying to work something out so that he can join us perhaps remotely before the session begins on January 8th. And I have a tentative meeting set up with Jeff Hurd's Chief of Staff for Monday to talk about when he might be able to visit with us.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's all I wanted to share for right now.
Thank you, Mike. Jared, do you want to jump in?
Sure. Just a couple things to add on top of Mike's. We had a great session. Again, with the Thanksgiving holiday and NCCI, it seems like this was just yesterday. But I appreciate Commissioner Brown and I had a good conversation on Kodo on the 18th of last month. And so that was a good conversation. Additionally, I was able to the next day go do a wastewater treatment plant tour with some of our colleagues at the town of Telluride up in Grand Junction. We also were able to tour Delta Compost, which is where all of our biosolids are being hauled from our community right now, and where Bruin Waste is hauling the compost program receipts that they get. So it was a great tour to see how they're really working hard on both of those kind of efforts and getting big ideas about how wastewater treatment, ever-pressing problem, may be able to be resolved. So in some respects. Regarding CCI, Mike mentioned it, but we had a lot of really good sessions. I think each of us went to at least 2 sessions on housing. It is one of the most pressing problems in the state. Some of them had some really interesting ideas. Some of them had ideas that aren't really palatable for our location. But all of it was really good conversation about different avenues that various counties are using. I actually attended one, got to dive into some water strategies for agriculture and municipal use. You know, that will continue to be a problem, as we heard earlier today. And having those collaborative efforts is something I think, as somebody who used to do a little bit more water work, it was really heartening to hear that there are a lot of efforts going on. We heard from Governor Polis, which we do at every CCI meeting, about his legislative priorities. He talked a bit about the budget deficit that we had talked about at a previous meeting, and how they may be trying to address that. But anytime you try and cut a budget, somebody else has some priorities that need to be served. So it's going to be an interesting session we'll continue to watch. We had a really great district meeting lunch, and I will let Lance kind of give his 2 cents on that, because he was the man on point for San Miguel County in that effort. And that is about all I had to cover. So.
Thanks, Jared. Commissioners, any questions for Jared or Mike based on what you just heard? I have a quick question, Anne, for you and Jared. What did you cover on Kodo? Did you have a specific topic, or was it call in, or how did you go about that?
I was just trying to remember that in my mind. I know we spoke about changes to the road and bridge budget for the coming year to kind of reassure the public that we were hearing their questions or their concerns about road maintenance, particularly on the east end. So we spoke about the additional employee that we have budgeted for and the increase in the east end differential. There was a third, well, anyway, the second thing we spoke about was, and this is something I was going to mention in my update, is we spoke about the desire that's coming, at least my desire, to help our community prepare for any changes in programs and policies that might be coming with the new federal administration and how those might impact our residents. And trying to let our local immigrant population know how much we care for them and how we will do everything legally that we can to support and protect them should changes come down the pike. So we mentioned that briefly, and to that point, I can go on with that later. Jared, there was a third subject. Do you remember what it was?
I'm trying to recall, because we had Rich and Linnea, we were talking about LEAP on that radio show. We talked about Turkey Trot because that was pre-Turkey Trot. And then we were talking a bit about just the various budget priorities. We had the in-depth discussion about the budget. And that is really what I recall going over for the most part. I know we did talk a little bit about how we are always looking for employees. You know, as I mentioned on that radio show, I have made the plug that the county is a really great place to work, in my opinion, and that we have available openings every time I've been on Kodo thus far, I think. So we did talk about that gap we discussed at that budget meeting where we have $2 million of salary savings, and largely it's because we have these seats and we would really love some talented people to fill them. So.
Thanks for that. I was glad to hear that you were able to continue to plug the vacant positions. Well, I'll add on to the CCI update. The Western District meeting was hosted by Sue Hansen, chaired by Sue Hansen. She did a great job of providing a number of speakers. The one that most caught my attention, and Kay, I'm glad you're in the room, is we had the attorney and representative from the Ute tribe, Southern Mountain Ute tribe, excuse me, speaking about the Bruneau Treaty of 1876 and its effect on certain parts of the Western Slope, probably including us.
It is.
In that we need to consult with the tribes anytime that we're considering any potential renewable energy siting. And that comes into play as of January 1st. Correct me if I got that date wrong, gentlemen. And that language is available in a PowerPoint, which I can forward to you. I think it's already somewhat covered in our solar regs, but not specifically called out. So it may be something they want to amend. I'm not sure how precise we need to be, but I do want to make you aware that that will need to be included as part of our permitting process.
Yeah, mostly I just need the contact info.
Okay.
So I can get them on get everybody who needs it on our list.
I've got that in the PowerPoint and I'll get it to you.
Okay.
Excellent. I think it's page 40. That was one important takeaway from the Western District. And then as far as reporting from the Western District, they had 3 prompts. They wanted to know how we were doing with Prop 123, if anybody had news to share on that front, which we did. We've been lucky enough to receive that grant to be used to fund a housing coordinator, which I was happy to be able to report that we had pulled that off. The next prompt that I responded to was any activity in solar energy, and some counties had huge activity. Thousands of acres were being developed in various corners of the state. And several of the commissioners said that there had been some unintended consequences. Mike and Jared and I each tried to take notes on which commissioner said that so we could follow up and find out what they'd experienced so we might be able to have a better sense of the potential future. And the final prompt was any interesting or creative land use solutions. And I didn't go into detail, but did mention that we had worked through the East End Master Plan and that what we thought was going to be a relatively short process became extended because of the interest in our community and because of the desire to get a lot of stakeholder input. And we ended up in a place that we all felt more comfortable with. I think I said roughly the same thing about our solar regs and how we worked through that, thinking it was going to be a shorter conversation, but glad we took the time to see it through and that we were pleased in general with the results at the end. Beyond that, the only other real takeaway I wanted to share with you all was if and when you get questions from constituents about fire insurance in particular, that we did attend a session on fire, and the State Insurance Commissioner Conway is on top of efforts and shepherding efforts at the legislative level to create requirements for insurance companies to incorporate modeling that looks at both homeowner efforts, regional, i.e. county or municipal efforts at mitigation, and also statewide resources. And the difference is that currently insurance companies tend to look just at zip codes, and it's a very bird's eye view of what mitigation efforts might change those numbers. And he's going to push for a more granular look and also a more frequent look instead of 2 to 4 years, which is the current insurance company mandate to relook at their models. He wants to make that more real time so that as homeowners, for example, put a new roof on to become more fireproof, that they're rewarded more quickly than a 2 to 4 year time period. And that was really reassuring to me because in the conversations that I've had with both citizens, insurance salespeople, brokers, and fire professionals here in our community, we've all hit the realization that any change is going to have to come starting at the state level, that the county is not going to be able to create its own fire insurance system. And so to hear Commissioner Conway say that his office was working on that and ready to push for legislative change this coming session was really encouraging. Beyond that, CCI is old friends, new friends, and a lot of great information, and I'm happy to share more offline. Okay, that was my commissioner update all rolled into one. So, Anne, would you prefer to go first in the next round of commissioner updates?
I'd be happy to. Lance, I just had a quick question on the fire insurance. Was there any conversation about a certification program? Because I caught a headline from an email for the West Region Wildfire Council saying that they had, their first person had received a certification. I wonder if there was any discussion of that.
It wasn't called out directly, but I would conclude from Commissioner Conway's remarks that that kind of certification would be included in the request in the legislation, that if a homeowner had achieved that kind of certification, it would be indicated in their insurance premiums.
That would be amazing. That would be great. Okay, my updates, Codo County Toll Lines, we already talked about that. Also on that same day, November 21st, I attended the San Miguel County Behavioral Health Collaborative, which was different from the group that presented today, but it's the local kind of providers and supporters of behavioral health, and talked about how we may evolve that a little bit as the strategic plan is developed next year. On November 22nd, I spent the day on the West End. I went on a tour with Tony Atkins of Thor Energy of the sites that they had done some exploratory drilling on this summer. Just wanted to kind of see what that really looks like, and also to check out the remediation, which was quite impressive. I mean, not a lot grows out in that area, but they've done a very nice job of having, I would say, a minimal impact on the landscape, and also then restoring what they can. And it was very reassuring. That afternoon, I stopped by to see the Crocker Bedfords, who you all know from our EGNAR meetings. They wanted to show me their property and how they had restored the Dolores River along there. And it was spectacular and super also kind of reassuring and inspiring to see the work that they were able to do by, kind of letting the land return and the river return to its natural course. On Thanksgiving, I ran the turkey trot. I run 5K once a year now, and that was my once a year. I finished. I was thrilled. I lost my line. That was fun, and thank you to the employees who volunteered for that. I had a couple of really interesting conversations yesterday. The first was with Senator Bennett's office, John Whitney, and then a person I had not yet met, Kevin Figueroa, who works in Washington, D.C. office on immigration legislation. I've been getting some calls from a local restaurant owner who relies heavily on the H-2B visa to staff his kitchen and his restaurant. And there is great concern this year that that program is significantly oversubscribed, and we may not be able to get the typical number of seasonal workers in this winter. So there is a bill before that is in consideration at the Senate, the Graham-Padilla bill, which would try to address this issue. There has been a letter written by some industry associations to try to urge that along. That letter was shared with me, and Lance, if we have time next week on our agenda, perhaps we could review that letter and consider whether that is something San Miguel County would like to also get involved in endorsing, because I think, you know, as a resort community, not only this one restaurant, but others rely heavily on that H-2B visa program, which is evidently in a unique situation this year. So just a heads up, and I'll share that letter with you, and perhaps we can talk about it next week.
Great. I think there'll be time.
Okay. And then the other call that I had yesterday was with a woman named Marianne Mate, who is the Southwest coordinator of the Circular Economy Development Center, something I had not heard about. I wonder if any of you all have heard about that.
This is nodding.
Oh, you have? Okay. So, Chris, maybe let me just share with you what I learned and what I did, and tell me if I did the right thing and you want to get involved. So this Circular Economy Development Center is funded by the state, the CEDC, and the idea is to try to reduce our, impact on the environment by reusing, recycling, reducing, that kind of thing. They have 8 different programs, and she's a new person to this position. It's kind of ramping up, and wanted to know how they could be helpful in San Miguel County. In particular, they have a plastic film pickup program and also just recycling in general pickup program for rural areas. And they actually are like marrying the materials they're picking up with somebody who can use them. In this case, they found somebody who is turning these recycled plastic film into asphalt. So anyway, I put her in touch. Chris, tell me if this is what you would have done with Emma Girona or I will put her in touch with Emma Girona, Eco Action Partners, so she can give her a bigger view of the landscape and our needs and how CEDC might be able to help us.
Yeah, I'd suggest also the Telluride Venture Accelerator. Having her connect with them, the circular economy, I was really thrilled to see that kind of rise up to the state level. Again, it's like, what can you do? How can you turn a waste into a resource, a waste from one product or business into a resource for another? So that's something I've been involved with for a bit. But again, yeah, I think maybe the Venture Accelerator would be a good contact.
Because they have businesses that are working in the circular economy as well. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, but also when they put out their call and have the companies come in to present, having that aspect of it, or maybe they could, who knows, maybe they could come up with a different pot of money to specifically address circular economy type businesses. I think that would be, I think it would be a good connection.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Turn off my camera because it's lunchtime here and I don't want you to have to watch me eat, but I'm paying full attention.
All right. I see a hand up, but I'm not sure if it's a white hand.
No, that's just the cursor.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping. All right. In that case, we are very close to right on schedule for our next item.
Finish my update.
I'm sorry, Chris.
That's okay. I haven't been very much anyway. And I'm like, let's see, did we talk about volunteers of the year? I think we did. That was last time. We did have a Colorado Composting Council meeting, and again, they're kind of involved in the circular economy discussion as well. I had a Airport Authority Board meeting and an Uncompahgre Medical Center Board meeting. So I would say there's nothing excitingly new in any of those realms, but the work continues on, we'll keep moving forward on that. But yeah, I'm really excited, and the circular economy stuff is coming around, and yeah, it's as you might think, it's about making all the connections you can, because you never know when a waste product from one business or manufacturing thing or something else can be an input to another. And that to me is, yeah, it can save a whole lot of transportation and materials use and everything else. So it's a cool thing that that's being adopted. That's all.
That's great. All right, we are now on to County Housing Matters, and the Board of Commissioners will be sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority. And under item 12A, we have a discussion regarding the Telluride Ski and Golf exception agreement. Go ahead, Carmen.
We don't have all of our parties.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 1:30. Yeah.
Oh, we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
I misread that. I thought it was 1:15. We have time for not that.
13A is no longer, do you need it?
No.
I'll receive the update on that.
Okay. Well, we may have 15 free minutes, because we are going to hold until 1:30 and start that discussion. Let's take 10 and let folks that want to participate join us, which will take 10 or 15 minutes. And we're going to have you take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30. Recess until 1:30. All right, thank you. All right, welcome everybody. We are back in session. This is item number 12, County Housing Matters, and the Board of Commissioners will be sitting as the San Miguel County Housing Authority while we consider item 12A, which is a discussion regarding the Telluride Ski and Golf Exception Agreement for the Q lots and Sunshine Valley lots. Kay Simonson, our planning director, is with us and will be presenting. Lane Thomason, our attorney representing the county, is also with us. Chad Horning is remote and will be speaking, I imagine. And then there's a number of citizens in the room, as well as a representative from the Ilium Homeowners Association, Nate Smith, who may be speaking as well. Two Rivers, excuse me. Thank you. With that, let's open with Kay Simonson.
Yeah, so I did put together a PowerPoint on this one, and this is a discussion topic only. No decisions are being made today, but kind of get you up to speed on the situation and where we're at. In 2017, the TSG entered into an exception agreement with the county in order to buy the Q lots and some of the Sunshine Valley lots. And the reasoning for that is under the deed restriction and covenant, TSG is not a qualified owner. Already in that area, the school had purchased 4 lots, and they of course had an exception agreement in order to purchase and develop those. So there is precedent. I think we've had a few, we might have a couple others, maybe in Upper Lawson. In 2019, as they were getting ready to, moving towards development, they realized that they kind of needed to reallocate things as to where the density was going, single family, duplex, triplex, and also move some of the lot lines. So in 2019, there was an amended exception agreement that outlined where which lots would be single family, which would be multi-family or 2-family, which would be triplex. And it also specified which lots had to be for sale to either TSG employees or qualified employees, and which ones could be for rent. In 2023, TSG and the county entered into an amended agreement that allowed a 1-year exception on the sale. For whatever reason, that agreement never got recorded, but it's already passed and expired. So we're back to the 2019 agreement. They have built 9 single family homes down there. In the agreement, there's a specification that says the following designations of single family homes for sale shall not change. And the reason for that is they're homes that are in proximity to ones that are owned by individuals. So trying to keep kind of a buffer around them. 6 of the 9 houses are in that classification. 2 of those are still vacant. And then there's, of the 9, 3 are eligible for rental under the agreement. At this point, I believe 7 of the homes are rented, but given the status of the exception agreement, there's definitely concerns about the ramifications of, entering into a long-term lease with any, qualified employees at this point. I've given you the exception agreements and then also the document that was provided to us by TSG that outlines all the efforts that they've taken. The county is not involved in any of the negotiations or back and forth between TSG and the Two Rivers HOA. But it has an influence. And that's described in there as well. So, bottom line here, if they want to sell the remaining vacant lots, that will require an amendment to the exception agreement to pare it back to only the 9 lots that they developed. Purchase of any lots by other than a qualified owner, say if the school district or any of our other special districts decide to, purchase the lots and develop housing, would require those entities to enter into an exception agreement with you. As I know, the 6 houses already built that are supposed to be sold, we need to figure out their disposition. It may be that your decision is that they need to be sold to qualified employees. So that's kind of, the basics of, what I see as our concerns, but, at this point, I'd like to, turn it over to, turn it over to Chad and Stephanie and let them, tell us their thoughts and, so forth.
Excellent. Thank you, Kay. Commissioners, any questions for Kay before we proceed any farther?
No.
All right. Commissioner Brown, are you clear?
I have a question, but I don't know that you need to answer it right now. It's regarding precedent. You had mentioned that there are 4 school district lots in that neighborhood that are owned by the district and rented out. And I think it would be interesting to hear, or important to know at some point, what other exceptions have been made in that regard. But you don't have to answer that right now, Kay, if this isn't the right time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we had an exception agreement in Upper Lawson a couple years ago. And yeah, I'd have to check with Courtney and Lane and anybody else who has our records as to exactly which lots. The biggest one that we've done in addition to this has been the 4 lots for the school. And those are rentals because the school contracts just really don't work well for sale.
Right. Does it make sense to go to Stephanie, or who would like to speak next?
I'm happy to jump in here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Chad. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm sitting in my car in the middle of Utah on an unexpected trip, so I apologize for not being there in person. Until yesterday, I was planning on being there in person, so I apologize for that. Kay, thank you for the background and the history. It's actually really helpful to hear it just before the meeting because I think we all get a little confused on this. What I'd like to start off with is kind of what we'd really like the board to consider, and then talk a little bit about it. But the consideration that we're asking for is to enter into another amendment allowing for the continued rental of the homes that we have control of. And I'll get into the reasons why and what we're doing about it. And as part of that, TSG would be willing to sell some of those homes to somebody like the school district or the other major employers to set so that it's not all under one entity, if that's helpful in the decision. And lastly, about the kind of discussion point here is while we'd love it to be a permanent decision, we're not expecting that. So what we'd love the board to consider is just allowing this to occur and reviewing it as often as necessary, every other year, every 5 years, whatever the board would consider. And if it's not working for the community down the road, then someday forcing these to be moved from rentals to sales, if it just doesn't end up working, we would understand that. So we're not asking for a permanent change. What we'd like to see a permanent change, but we don't think that's realistic and possible. So something like that is what we're asking for. Okay, let me just back up here a little bit. So about 8 years ago, when TSG bought these lots, we obviously entered into an agreement with yeah, I don't remember when the Two Rivers agreement was, but with the county, and we had intentions to sell some of these and to rent some of them. But all I can tell you today is that that's just, our needs have really changed since COVID and today's realities. Us building homes and selling them to even our employees, where we're going to either potentially lose control over them or limit their potential increase in equity so low, or have the rights to buy it back when they're no longer an employee, just really makes this undesirable for them. And so, if we end up selling some of these and we end up, with a buyback type provision, if they're no longer employed with a limitation on equity, it's just not an exciting thing for employees to enter into, where they have to put a down payment down on something like that. And so it just doesn't work for us. And frankly, all the employers I know and talk to in the region really, really want to be able to build housing and be able to control it. And the people that we've talked to about buying some of the lots, including the school district, I've spoken to John Paldalfo about this. Yeah, he's not interested in the lots unless he can rent them. And so what we'd like to do is just enter into a discussion about, I know it's not perfect. I know there's people that don't want this. Maybe we can talk a little bit about how it's gone so far in the community with us renting the homes that we've rented. And we'd love to have the board consider, allowing us to build more of these and allowing us to not sell the ones we've already built. The other issue I'd like to bring up real quick is that the agreement we have with Two Rivers, which we've mostly performed under, we've given land to Two Rivers, we've given some improvements, I believe. I may be wrong on the improvements yet. I believe we even gave some money, but Stephanie, I'll let you correct me on all that stuff. But we've performed quite a bit on our agreement there, if 90+%. And so I feel from a performing that into the agreement, I feel good about it. I don't feel good about us changing the terms of saying we've agreed to sell some things and we don't want to sell them today. But I'm just dealing with the realities of where we are and the community and our needs and our employees' needs. And so that is a change in the agreement. And then lastly, the part of our agreement with Two Rivers has, even on the ones we can rent, we're supposed to provide options to purchase to people. And it's just, it really means that we're eventually having to be in a position of selling all of the homes. And I think that's what Two Rivers wanted. And I hear I wasn't part of that negotiation. I understand it. But what we're asking is for an absolute change, and that the board acknowledge that these needs have changed and that we look at it different. Stephanie, can you help me out on the issues that on the Two Rivers agreement and what we've done?
Yeah, sure.
Stephanie, if you put the microphone really close to your mouth.
Yes, is that better?
Yeah, you can just slide it right up.
Our agreement, and I know the county doesn't really concern itself with our private agreement with Two Rivers. It's between us and Two Rivers, but it pretty much mirrors the exception agreement. And then it has a number of additional concessions, which during negotiations back in 2017, 18, 19, the county asked that we work with Two Rivers and negotiate with them and help them be comfortable with what we were doing, because we were buying so many lots and it was the rest of their neighborhood essentially. So what we've done under that agreement was we have put $100,000 into escrow for infrastructure improvements, which is in escrow today, sitting there for water, sewer, road improvements and the like. We conveyed for no consideration Sunshine Valley Lot 130, which is, if you look at the map, a huge lot, which Sunshine Valley HOA now controls and can use for parking and open space and whatever they want.
We've reduced density by, I believe, 7 units of density and took 3 lots, which we could have built on, and created outlots or open space. We've offered to join the Two Rivers HOA, which initially they really wanted and said was important to them, but now I think they have some concerns. So we've not moved forward with that, but the offer has been on the table. And we've assigned one of our employees who lives down there, Alex Laney, who's here today. He's the resident manager, as we promised we'd have a resident manager. And he's been living down there in a for sale home. He's been renting that with his family for a little over a year. We and that sums up what we've done so far under the agreement. There are a couple of other items still left, such as part of that agreement requires us to build a new trash facility, which I think kicks in when we built 11 units, but I believe, Sherry, we've offered to do that sooner. Yeah. And we've offered to build a smart bus stop as well when 11 units are built. And that is yet to happen because we've not built 11 units.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. That was perfect. I didn't have all those details on the top of my mind. You know, the other thing that we did is with Two Rivers is we suggested that we recluster the homes that were for sale and for rent, and to still protect the people that were maybe more concerned. But we move them around a little bit, and then maybe that could be a solution, kind of meeting halfway. And we thought we were making some progress with them on that, and then we didn't make any progress. We didn't really kind of get a no or a yes. We just kind of weren't able to finish that negotiation with them. But really today, we're really not asking for a compromise. We really would like the board to consider changing this policy, making an additional exceptions, allowing employers to buy these homes and rent them under restrictions that make sense, and review periods so that it can be rescinded, I think is appropriate. And as part of this, if it were to be successful and the board were willing to consider it, like I said, Telsky would be willing to take a significant percentage of our lots and sell them to different members of the community, different employers, so that they, as a condition or as part of the process, so that this wasn't just one employer, if that helps the process out.
Thank you, Chad. Commissioners, any questions based on what you've just heard?
I have questions based on the memo from Telsky or TSG that was dated November 20th.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
Okay, if we look at the first page, it talks about what happened last year in September of 2023. And it says in the second sentence, the stated expectation was that the expiration of the term, TSG will be prepared to sell the units. And then it goes on to say in bold, however, the stated goal was for TSG, the county, and the association to work diligently together so that there is a mutually agreed upon new amendment to the exception agreement that occurs well in advance of September 2023. I don't know what the difference is or what that means. I don't remember that. I just need a refresher.
So when this most recent exception agreement was executed, I don't remember whether it was of a direction or just an agreement between us that we were going to work together. So when this 1 year expired, we would have a new agreement between Two Rivers and TSG, potentially, that the county could, or that the board could consider adopting or doing a new amendment, a new exception agreement for. So we spent, I don't know, a good 6 months working on that, several meetings, and we weren't able to reach any of those agreements. And if there might be a date off there or something, but that was the gist of it.
Okay, my memory was that these units were going to get sold. But not that we would be making another exception agreement.
Yeah, we went through a several month process with them of proposing moving which ones were going to get sold, and with Two Rivers, and we we thought for a period of time that that had some likelihood of success. We felt really good about it. And then the negotiations just stopped.
Right,
Yeah.
I got it. Is that what you meant by the swap? Now I'm looking at the second.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you were gonna just rejigger which units were gonna be rented versus sold, but you were still planning to sell the units that were agreed upon, or or not maybe the specific units, but you were still gonna sell the same number of units.
I believe it was the same number, and we were hopeful that that would be something that we could agree on, and we were trying to negotiate that with them, and it obviously it didn't work out. We weren't able to be successful at that.
And I'm thinking, I have a few more questions, but we're gonna hear from Two Rivers in a minute. Is that right, Lance?
Sure.
Okay. And then, because I am curious to know why Two Rivers, like why they didn't want to continue conversations with you. Let's see.
The other thing, if the board would like to hear from Alex Laney, who lives there, and is all complaints or issues are directed towards him from the community and from Two Rivers. If the board would like to speak to him about how things have been going, he's a local member of the community and would be happy to talk about it. So.
Okay, I'm okay. I don't need that right now, but maybe one of the other commissioners does. So with my memory being that our understanding was that you could rent these units for a year and then would either sell them at some point during that year, or at the end of that year. My understanding from your memo is that no efforts have been made to market these units during all of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we have not, we for the first 6 months, we thought we were going to end up with an agreement to change the units.
Right.
And then and I think that ended in December or January by my memory. I could be wrong. And then we were trying to figure out, we spent about 3 or 4 months working on the documents to be able to sell them and do the options and right of first refusals. And through that process, we determined that we really wanted to go back to the county and ask for a new exception agreement.
Yeah, okay. And then you mentioned that the reason that your employees don't want to buy these units is because you would have to put a price cap on them and that they would find the right of first refusal unattractive. But my understanding is there are other units in the region that have at least the growth limit on them. So on what basis do you feel that is the situation that you face?
Yeah, so the growth limit is on most housing like that, or a lot of them anyway, the newer ones. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is that when you combine the growth limit with not being able to keep the house if you're no longer an employee of ours, then you're essentially in a rental. So you're having to put a down payment down on something, have a growth limit, and then not be able to keep it if you're no longer employed by us. And that's just not attractive. I mean, I'm not saying we can't sell one to somebody under those circumstances. It's just a lot less attractive for somebody.
I didn't understand that was the limitation you were talking about. I thought you were talking about just if they choose to sell the house, that you would have the right of first refusal. I didn't realize that they would have to sell it if they left your employment.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the questions I have right now. Thanks, Chad.
We hear from Two Rivers, Nate Smith, and kind of counterpoint what Mr. Horning just gave us, and make sure that you're in alignment on timelines and where we sit. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to discuss a little bit of
Okay,
background.
Nate, why don't you come up to this microphone here, please? Thank you. Yeah, super sharp corner.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm representing the Two Rivers HOA today, but there's at least also one owner impacted by this that is on Two Rivers Drive that's not part of the HOA. So I think it's important that we recognize that the HOA is kind of speaking as one, but there are other impacted owners here today. I want to start with a little bit of background. Kay provided a good summary, and so I want to kind of add some color based on the HOA's experience. As Commissioner Brown mentioned last year when we all spoke in the summer of 2023, the Two Rivers community was originally intended to be an owner-occupied community when it was developed in the 1990s. With the exception of the school district properties, that remained the case until 2017, when TSG approached the county about purchasing these lots and making all of them rentals. At that time, right about when I started working with the HOA, the owners kind of started showing up in droves to these meetings, opposing rentals in their neighborhood because of this owner-occupied history with the property, and the reasons why they purchased down there was to have long-term owner neighbors. So the starting point with the ownership in 2017 was everything should be owner-occupied, bought and sold, no rentals. I was retained and we started working with TSG to see if a compromise was possible. And at that point, in 2017, the owners reached what I will say was kind of an uncomfortable yet acceptable compromise. And that compromise resulted in the approvals that TSG received from the county and then the side agreement that Stephanie summarized in detail. Those points in that side agreement were essential to the compromise for the owners to break away from the concept of owner occupancy in their community. And that includes important things like buffers between some of the Two Rivers owners and even some of the neighboring owners that are not part of Two Rivers to ensure that the properties that are next to them are going to be the bought and sold owner occupied properties, and then designating certain other properties for rentals. And I actually have a little map to kind of show where the status quo is based on that agreement. This is actually one that was prepared by TSG.
And I'm gonna have to hold this up to the screen for you to see.
Is that Nate speaking?
It's Nate
Yes,
Smith
it is.
speaking, yes.
Possible to email that to me? I'm so sorry I'm not there.
Sure, I can email to you right now because I don't have my
Nate's
laptop.
done speaking.
Yes.
And for right now, you're gonna have to use your imagination.
I will. Okay.
So the HOA and TSG entered into that side agreement, and everybody moved forward accordingly from 2017. There were some minor tweaks and amendments that the association worked with TSG on after that period of time, and construction began. As was discussed earlier, in 2023, TSG came back to the county and asked to essentially, not have to sell the properties that were previously agreed upon being sold. The HOA was opposed to that concept, but upon meeting with the Board of County Commissioners here in this room, agreed to sit down and discuss with TSG some possibilities for adjusting buffers and things like that. The ski company did a great job in preparing some proposals and things like that. At least one or two board members and I met with them. We considered them, and then the board members took them back to the ownership. Take some time juggling roughly 25 owners and getting an ownership meeting together. And ultimately, the ownership overwhelmingly took the position that their compromise had occurred. They started at, they bought in an owner-occupied community, and they agreed to allow for the rental of several units, and they weren't willing to compromise anymore past that point. So the proposals that were being discussed were rejected about a year ago. And that's kind of where we got to where we are today. I want to kind of touch on a few other small points that Chad mentioned. He's discussed several times how the market has changed, how their needs and essentially their circumstances have changed. And that is the reason for them coming back and asking to be able to rent. In recent years, we've seen owners in Two Rivers that have also had circumstantial changes. jobs taken elsewhere, things like that. And those owners have sold those properties. They've come to the county. I know one in particular recently came to the county and asked for an ability to hold on to their property, you know, kind of long term and rent it out. And they were given a strict deadline that either the unit becomes owner occupied or they sell it. And so, you know, right now the community is asking that the ski company be held to the same standard as any other owner be. So right now they want to just continue moving forward, honoring that side agreement that was executed in 2017, and not go through this continuous burden of renegotiating and hiring legal counsel to renegotiate every 2 years, as was, you know, potentially proposed today.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yep.
Commissioners, any questions of Nate Smith? Before he steps away.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right. I have a question for both of you. I am curious to hear from both Alex, the manager on site, but also from the neighbors who've been working with the rental neighborhood and hearing a little bit about how it is going. And if your pleasure is to hear some of that, I'd like to ask for that now, just because I'm curious if there's been a big impact to the community, and if there has been, how's it been addressed? So that's my personal curiosity. Commissioners, is that something that would be useful for you in your consideration?
Yes.
Excellent. Alex, would you like to come up and speak? And if so, do mind your head, there's a really sharp corner, so.
I see there's
We got the flagging.
flag.
Yeah, I managed to use that one day and ended up paying for it, so I don't want you to share that experience.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, welcome. Please
Thanks.
introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Alex Laney, employee of TSG. I run Guarana Ranch. My official title is Director of Hospitality Training, but operating as a GM for Guarana Ranch. My wife is, or was with us on the Zoom, but we are living in Unit 21 with our 10-year-old son.
As property manager, how's that going?
We love the neighborhood. We love our neighbors. It's you know, I was present at one HOA board meeting, and to the best of my knowledge, I've not heard any complaints, and I've been available for whatever. I've not heard anything. I feel that we're good neighbors. I don't know that there's been any issues with any of the other neighbors, at least not that has been brought to my attention. And if there is, and I mean this genuinely, if there is a concern, I would love to be able to address it because I want us to all live harmoniously together, but I've not heard anything at this point.
Thank you. What I'm hearing you say is you haven't had any formal concerns or complaints from the HOAs or your neighbors to neighbor, and you also haven't personally had to address any of the renters for behavior or trash or parking or any of the customary concerns that I would think of if I was in a long-term
No, sir.
ownership situation. Thank you. There are a number of folks here from the neighborhoods, and I don't want to get into a tit for tat, but if you feel like what Alex has said is absolutely wrong, it would be helpful for me to hear that, and also for Alex to hear that, I think. And although this really should be maybe a community conversation, this is an opportunity to have a little bit of back and forth if need be. Is there anybody that came to speak because they feel like the rental units have held bad neighbors or have had conflict or brought conflict to the neighborhood? Okay, well, I'm relieved to know that. I see heads shaking no. For those of you that if you'd like to speak, please come up to a microphone. Otherwise, the folks on Zoom have no idea what you're saying. But please feel free. I'd love to hear your voice. Don't be shy. It's okay.
If I may, and I can come back to this, I think all of the board members that I've met with have my direct cell phone number to contact me, but I'm also happy to share that information with anybody else that needs it. That's not at all out of the question for me, and welcome. So just putting that out there.
Thank you, Alex.
Yep, absolutely.
Let's swap places and please come up and, yeah, have it.
I'm Josh Blakeman, president of Two Rivers HOA board. I've been able to have conversation with Alex, whether it's kind of figure out who's moving in, who's moving out, what's kind of going on, but I haven't had any issues with any of the Telski renters or any of that. And I don't believe any of us. I haven't seen, or had any complaints from any of the owners in Two Rivers as far as any of the Q lots.
Thanks,
So-
Josh. While you're here, could you maybe help me understand what some of your concerns are? Having heard you say that so far so good,
Yeah.
but also understanding that your owners that you represent are of the position that you prefer not to continue. What are some of the worries that you have for continued rentals?
One of the things that I see with continued rentals, or even the best example that I have is the school district properties. Or even I've seen some of the Two Rivers houses that turn over, whether it's renting a room or renting for a season or whatnot. I see an increased load in our trash room. The Two Rivers actually owns the trash room on Two Rivers Drive that was given to us by POA a couple years back. So that's one of the main things that I see. It's with the turnover in renters, with one of the most recent Telski properties, I noticed the increased trash load. The dumpsters were mounted over.
Out the door, yeah.
Yeah. So it's we see ebb and flows with certain things. One of the main perspectives that I have as a homeowner in Two Rivers, I've owned two separate properties in Two Rivers, and having the ownership vote and that ownership in the community. What I've seen with the school district properties, I've seen, I'd say within the last 2 years, one of the school district, Leah Lauritsen, Nick and Leah Lauritsen, sold their property back to the school district. And I was hoping to see that property go back to a owner. That's one of the biggest issues I have with the school district. We just approved a bond to build more employee housing for the school district. We've got 3 single family homes. We're looking anywhere between 700,000 to 800,000 range, possibly in Two Rivers for. We're looking at if they were to sell these to homeowners, we're looking between the fourplex and 3 single family homes. We're looking at 4.4 million accumulative revenue that could be put back into building more family home, more employee housing. If the school district were to sell just the houses in our community. And I see that almost in the aspect of with Telski, they would be able to invest back into more employee housing, which could have the potential to provide more employee housing for the region and in the Two Rivers, this close proximity to Telluride. One of the main reasons I love Two Rivers, I lived in Sawpit for the 8 years before renting. And it's close enough to Telluride and far enough away. It's a neighborhood of, I'd wake up to the headlights of my neighbors going to work in the morning and I'm like, oh wow, there's no loud parties, there's nobody's being obnoxious. Like I would hear from friends in town living in Telluride. So that was one of the main draws that I love about. I can go out on my back deck and I hear the river roaring in the springtime in the runoff. And that's priceless to me. But Two Rivers took on a massive expense of replatting in the hopes of collecting the rest of the Q lots down the hill from us on Two Rivers Drive into a collective HOA. To whether it's to have more voice with the commercial park, our HOA as a whole. And that's one of the things, in addition to Telsky, putting a $100,000 escrow and gifting a, SV outlot to Two Rivers as it's more of a parking area for us, which is always needed. But Two Rivers also has made significant investment in our community and replatting things that were left off when the original development. We replatted and the HOA owned all of our lots. We only owned the buildings on it. So and when we approached Telsky, they didn't want to have 2 tiers of ownership. So that was one of the main things. All the Q lots were owned by the Telsky or by Telecam before, and all the SV and Two Rivers lots were owned by the HOA, and the owners only owned the houses on them. So we went through and had it replatted, designated parking that wasn't done before. And one of the main reasons why we haven't, in my view, why we haven't enforced a third-party agreement as strictly as it's stated and written with Telsky is, pardon my French, we don't want to get in a piss and match with Telsky. We don't have the funds, and we don't, as much money as we spent on legal with replatting the neighborhood, we'd rather spend that money on Two Rivers on our HOA instead of getting into a legal fight. So that's pretty much my take on it.
Thanks. I don't think any of us want to get into a legal fight, and I think that the commissioners are tasked with either making a binary decision or finding some compromise. And I don't know what we're going to do, but that brings me to a question for, I think, Kay. When we opened this meeting, we said that this was not a decision-making meeting, but that it was a listening and understanding meeting. I guess my question is, when would the decision-making meeting occur?
So I think the next thing is going to be for TSG and county staff to work together on preparing a new exception agreement. Hopefully there'll be some, conversations with Two Rivers along the way so that they're in the loop and giving us some feedback. We could have some working meetings various groups without the electeds, and then ultimately bring something to you for your consideration. But
what I think I heard is that you are willing to try to broker some accord, and if you can, bring it back to the group, and if not, we're gonna have a similar meeting again where you report that you weren't able to find a solution. Is that?
well, quite frankly, we need an amended exception agreement because right now, with all 9 of those units rented, TSG is not in compliance with the 2019 agreement. And there are remedies within that agreement that we would rather not pursue.
Okay.
What are the remedies, Kay?
I'd have to go and read it.
I think Jared's about to pull those up.
Maybe I can answer that.
Ordering that they be listed and sold.
Dave, have you got that information in front of you to answer Commissioner Brown's question?
In some ways, I will let you know that the Housing Authority has issued a notice of violation to TSG, and that was issued on August 1st. So that's kind of where we're at now in terms of the violation of the 2019 agreement. So I would agree with Kay that going forward, there's something that needs to occur, essentially.
I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lane, once you've received a notice of violation, you have a specific amount of time to cure. Right. Can you remind us of that time frame and how this calendar is ticking?
I believe the notice of violation, I'm just looking it over now, that was issued by Lois Majors. It doesn't have a cure period that I can see. I can update that if I find something or after I speak with Courtney. But I don't see any sort of cure period at this point.
Okay, I think that would be useful for all of us to know because the clock may be ticking. Commissioner Brown, you didn't really hear an answer to your question as to what the remedies might be. Do you have that information, Lane?
Oh, and not at this time. I'll have to follow up with you on that specifically. And I apologize, I didn't answer your question directly, Anne. I just wanted to let you know that there was a notice of violation that was outstanding.
Yeah, and just to be aware there, so what I've given you in the packet, what we're focusing on is the exception agreement. And in addition to that, there is a recorded or multiple recorded, I'm not sure, deed restrictions and covenants that also have their conditions and terms in it. So it might be that under that document that the enforcement or the notice of violation went. So there's kind of parallel tracks. They're in it, we've got deed restrictions and covenants as well.
Right, so there's a couple different layers of restrictions that you're gonna have to examine in order to understand, one, what the time frame is, and two, what the remedies or repercussions are for being out of compliance.
Yeah.
Anna Wilson, I see your hand up. Why don't you come up to a microphone?
Commissioner, and speak to the notice violation a little more if you want.
Thanks, Mike. While Anna's coming up, why don't you do that, please?
Sure, you have a 14-day cure period or 14 days once you receive your notice of violation to appeal in writing back to the County Housing Authority. After that 14-day period, you start incurring fines up to a maximum fine. Generally, the maximum fine is $2,000, but you incur daily fines.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anna Wilson, welcome.
So on that same note, Anna Wilson, I'm on the board of the HOA as well.
Great.
And just wanted to provide some extra color to when we agreed on this 1 year exception last year. A big reason why we decided to do that as a community, temporarily at least, was we understand the need for housing and we understand the need to get these houses occupied. We have 9 brand new deed restricted homes. We wanted to see locals living in those homes. And we were told that if we were to agree, I believe that meeting was on September 6th of last year, we were told that there were 9 leases ready to be signed as of September 7th. It took months to get those houses to the max occupancy that I believe was 6 units. I understand that the information provided to the board is that there are 7 houses being rented. There are only 5 houses occupied as of right now that I'm aware of. I know that one recently moved out because they were able to buy a home in town. But up until that point, I mean, I believe 3 of the units have never been lived in. So we would like to get a clarification on that. That was a big reason too why we weren't really interested in negotiating any further. We felt like a lot of the information we were provided wasn't exactly accurate. And we want to see the neighborhood filled to its capacity at the very least.
So yeah, I'd like to speak to that if I could.
Go ahead, Chad.
Sure, thanks. So, what we agreed to do in particular for this 1 year period, verbally and probably in writing, was to put a certain type of employee in there, a management level employee. And so what we did is a few of the homes, 3 of them in particular, were reserved for positions that we were hiring for. One of those positions, at least, we still haven't hired for, and 2 of them, I think the person, they didn't make it in their position long enough to move in, and another one found a different place to live. So there's issues going on with each of them. Trust me when I tell you, we have plenty of employees that need housing. We're trying to fit them in with the restrictions that we have here and that make sense for the lease term. This is not an issue over where we don't have enough employees to be able to put people in there. So we're not trying to keep them vacant. That's not our goal. And then I just want a couple of things I want to just add to the end here. It'll just take me a minute. The 20 plus lots that we have remaining to develop, we've made the decision, we're not going to develop those if we're not able to get a new exception agreement allowing us to rent them. And we're going to try to, there's several employers that have requested that we sell them to them, which we're happy to do. They are going to be coming to the county asking for the same exception. And so that's just a information for part of this process. And then shoot, I had one more point. Now I'm trying to remember it. I can't remember what it was. So oh, you know, on this trash issue, I am sorry to hear that the trash has been an issue. And it does make sense to me with people moving in and out more, that trash would be an issue. And I know we have an obligation to build an additional trash facility, but I do think that's something that can be resolved with additional trash pickups and special trash pickups when people move in or move out. But I just wanted to leave one last thought for everybody. You know, when I've lived in quite a few different houses in my life, and I've had some really amazing, stellar neighbors, and I'm sorry to say, but I've had the opposite as well. And when those ones that are the opposite own their homes, there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. But when that that non so stellar neighbor is a renter, there's somebody else to call, and there's restrictions and there's issues, and you can make changes. And if the county were to provide a new exception agreement allowing us to rent, I would propose part of it be that there are restrictions on that. And if there are problems, that we have the ability in the lease to move those people out so that they don't create a problem in the community. And that's something you get that you don't get when somebody owns a house. And unfortunately, you're just stuck with them when they own the house. Anyway, thank you very much, commissioners. I appreciate it and happy to answer anything else.
Thank you, Chad.
Can I make a comment about the trash? This is Sherry Reeder.
Sure, Sherry, go ahead.
We offered Two Rivers HOA to pay for an additional pickup every week of the trash. And instead of taking us up on that offer, they chose to just start billing us through HOA dues, the trash portion that they charge all the other members. So, you know, we are paying, and we did make a pretty lucrative offer to help with that trash situation.
Sherry, I'm a little confused who's who and which pronouns are who.
Oh. TSG offered to pay for an additional pickup for Two Rivers HOA for trash.
Got it.
Additional pickup a week.
Okay.
And they chose not to take us up on that offer.
Got it. Two Rivers being.
Two Rivers.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Understood. All right, that's part and parcel of this conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Patrick Sheehan here. I'm one of the newest owners in Two Rivers, luckily, and newest member of the board. I just wanted everyone that's listening, Owen from the paper and everyone here, I just want to step back. It's not about good neighbors and bad neighbors. Like most neighbors in Telluride are good. This is about an opportunity cost. Like Two Rivers was formed to be a place for working class people like me to be able to buy a house. And that meant so much to me to be able to buy a house and plant my seeds here. And now we're about to turn them all to rentals. Like to me, that's so unfair. Like we're giving away this special neighborhood where people like me can work, give to the community. Find out today if I'm going to be on the CODO board and plant some seeds. And we're about to give it away to big companies to run. Like, we got to consider the opportunity costs here. It's a huge opportunity cost of giving away the chance to keep good people in our community and a chance for people to own. Like, if we're just going to rent to everyone, they're going to find a house somewhere else and move away. We want these people here to build the future of our community. We don't want them to feel like they're just renting and they have to move away someday to create a life for themselves. That's all I want to say, is to consider that.
Thanks, Patrick. As someone who's been working on housing in a lot of different venues over the last 6 years in particular, it really is about a mix. And while the language originally in 2017 was very clear that this neighborhood was intended to be owner occupied, I get that. I also understand, and I think Anna touched on it actually, that once housing is built, that having housing occupied is good. And we all can agree there too, I think. So I'm not saying you're wrong. But I am saying that having a blend of rental and
Yeah,
ownership
and
throughout the region is important.
I want to confirm that I'm fine with the blend, but we can't give away all the chances for ownership.
I don't think that anyone's talking about giving away all the chances. Yes, ma'am, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Jody Metcalf, and I'm also owner of Two Rivers and on the board. I've been on for several years. I've been an owner in the neighborhood since 2002. So I remember when I first bought, we were considered starter homes. Now we are not. I've been there for many years. I've raised two kids. One of them is now 26. The other one is a senior now and graduating this year. I think one of my main concerns that I have is part of our agreement was to own the land we're on, the real estate, which we did. We removed that condominiumization, and now we own our land so that we can at some point work with Telsky to become one HOA and only work with IPOA, the other master association for water and sewer. We did that part of the deal, but
Chris and I were around for that.
yes.
Yes.
And we did that. But the new concern is with Telsky continuing to own these lots and to have the rentals, if we were to be under one banner, they would be a majority owner, which would then impact all the owners in that neighborhood where they cannot refinance their loan or buy a house with a conventional mortgage because underwriters do not like majority owners in an HOA. That's my concern. And that's what we're facing as well. And to speak to the part of rentals versus home ownership, I would like to point out that since 2021, Telsky has purchased 9 other deed restricted units in the Mountain Village, which has taken away that opportunity for other locals to own and outbid locals, is my understanding. I know that's hearsay and I shouldn't say that, but it's what I've heard. But it is unfortunate. And it is removing a lot of that ownership and that pride of ownership and that longevity and the sense of community. And I really just, we have something special and I want to keep it going down there. I'm okay with some renters. Alex is awesome. He's done a wonderful job. All the neighbors that are there, seeing the vacant units, that was a bummer to me. I want to see them occupied. I want to see people in them. And it is also part of my understanding that on that agreement, that if a unit is vacant more than 30 days, it would be open up to the rest of the public. And we never saw that. And I'd like to understand why.
Thank you, Jody.
Thanks.
Good points. Go ahead, sir. Please come on up.
Hi, I'm Scott Stewart. I'm an owner in Two Rivers. Back in the day when this all started around 2017, I was actually president of the HOA, so intricately involved in what was agreed to and why. And I think one of the things at that time that was misunderstood by a lot of the rest of the greater community of Telluride, San Miguel County, was that we were just after our own interests within the community, the sort of the micro of it. But actually, the owners, to their credit, when we had our discussions and meetings to work out an agreement, were, in my opinion, amazing. They were thinking also of the greater community good, and that kind of leads to what you mentioned in regards to blend of ownership. We understand there needs to be a blend of ownership, but the problem of what we see and hear right now in the greater community, as well as in our own, is that a lot of rental. Or a lot of owner-occupied opportunities are getting converted to rental. And that's one of, I think, the main reasons why, it is certainly the main reason why I'm here to speak up in regards to discussing how to move forward. But I think it also speaks to a lot of my neighbors. We want other people to have the same opportunity we have, but if we keep converting owner-occupied into rental, or we're not developing enough owner-occupied, we're not going to get there. And from the, I think it was a 2018 San Miguel Housing Needs Assessment, it actually noted that the ratio actually should be more owner occupied than rental. It suggested a 60-40. reading the paper and seeing transactions, I'm not really seeing that in regards to what's being developed and what's happening to already developed units in regards to getting shifted. So I just ask that as these conversations continue, you guys look at that. It's a tough job. You guys have a tough job in regards to, you know, trying to manage this and trying to get units occupied regardless. I know can become a priority, but you can sell out a future. And I think that Shane, I think that's your name, sorry. Was it Patrick? Sorry. He spoke to that well in regards to, you know, I don't think we want a transient community. And I think if we have an off balance with too many rental units versus owner occupied, you don't get that local experience and knowledge that gets translated really well with our second homeowners, with our visitors in the tourism area. And I just ask that you guys consider that as you look at it. And last thing, and just to speak to what I thought I heard earlier, and Chad can correct me if I'm wrong, but when you violate an agreement, my question is the solution to change the agreement and keep changing the agreement? Because I thought I heard earlier that, well, we'll just, you know, as things change, we'll just keep coming back to the county. I mean, shouldn't that really be an exception to go for an exception agreement and not a regular thing? And I would ask that you guys look and consider that as well.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Appreciate those clear and thoughtful remarks. One of the things that you mentioned really struck me, which is balance. And I appreciate you noting that Chris's and Nan's and my job is difficult, and that sometimes we do have the luxury of trying to balance a decision, and sometimes we have the harder course of making a binary decision. And what I understand from Kate today is that I was braced to make a decision today, and it turns out that I had the luxury of hearing and getting some more input before having to make that decision, which is invaluable. And everything that I've heard today, I've been making careful notes, and my fellow commissioners are doing the same. And that when we do take this back up again, that I'll have had a chance to think a little bit and to do a little more homework perhaps, and that we'll have a more clear path forward. Does anybody else want to add input? Yes, sir. Come on up, Will.
So excited to get a chance to conquer my fear of public speaking.
Your fear of microphones.
Where do I hold it? My name is Ryan Smith. I bought the Q11 lot in 2008. Also a tough economic time, I'd like to point out. Jumped off a cliff, 30 years old, built a house. Was very excited to build in, as I saw, as maybe I was naive, but PUD at the time was it would be owner occupied. I could see my fellow community members building houses around there, and that is kind of the vision I saw. And I was so opposed to this initially at the 2017 meetings because I saw an opportunity for people that have been here 15, 20 years, whatever, to buy a place being transferred to most likely transient people, not transient has a bad connotation, but people that aren't as invested in the community. I think it changes the fabric of the community to have people coming in and out. They're not as invested. But I remember very clearly Bill Jensen sitting here and emphatically and categorically saying that these 9 houses would be for sale to the owners. And I knew very well when Bill Jensen left that was probably not going to be satisfied. I feel like we've given so many variances on lot lines and setbacks. The setback in the house next to me is like 1'8" off of the lot line. It's supposed to be 5. I just don't see an end in sight to all these variances and exceptions. And honestly, at this point, I don't really trust anything that's being said. Even in the meeting notes, it said that Telsky wasn't going to sell these because of the economic conditions and how much it cost to build. And then basically to hear Chad come out and say, basically our needs have changed. It makes me not trust what was just laid out in the outline for this specific meeting. My needs have changed. I care about the equity of my house too. I'm just paraphrasing words here, and I'm sure buying in a rental community is not as attractive to me. But I also just think it changes the fabric of the community. Like we've had, Alex was great. My biggest grief with him is that he keeps calling me and asking me to DJ at Grana's. But
Sorry, bro.
and honestly, I guess another point, my other main point is that these houses they've never been offered. Like I feel like the verbiage in there is that Telsky would like us to believe that it's not possible for people to own those, whatever. Like I've talked to 3 of my neighbors that live in these houses. They've said they've wanted to buy. It's never been offered to buy. I talked to one today and they said that they were told when they signed the lease that they will have the opportunity to buy when they sign the lease. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is obviously sweeping the rug out from under that. The rules of the game have been changed so many times. I'm losing faith in the process. And I'm also not saying anybody has an easy job here. I'm just sharing my experience, but yeah, I guess that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Alex?
I just want to add a little bit more context on kind of where we're at.
All right.
So, just to kind of put a little bit of context here for everybody about my family's particular situation. So, my son's 10 years old, and in his 10 years, we've lived in 7 different places, 7 different homes. One of those being the Peaks Hotel for a month. So to be fully transparent, in the time that we've lived in Telluride, we've lived in 5 different homes. And for me, there's a massive importance for stability and creating a situation where we can have community stability, right? It's a very family-centric neighborhood down there. I think all of us would agree about that. And I think we're all very keen on that. Jody, and forgive me for bringing you up, but she's actually been in the room with me twice trying to look at whether or not we can make a mortgage happen on a particular property. And there was one that my wife and I had the opportunity. We were in discussions with the owners of some folks that were leaving a deed restricted unit. They were moving out of the country. They were being forced to sell. And we were the top of their list. They had the opportunity to choose who they wanted to sell to. We were at the top of their list. Unfortunately, we made too much money and we were precluded from even attempting to buy the house. And when I look at market conditions right now, my wife and I make a very good income. But in general, the ability for us to afford to buy something here, I won't say is impossible, but it's highly improbable. At least that's been our experience. With what I have heard, and I have not been specifically offered the ability to purchase one of these homes, but what I have been inclined to believe as the selling prices, without the stipulations, forget the stipulations about employment and the stipulations about requiring to sell after employment. That financial piece just doesn't jive for us. I mean, we would literally be house poor and borrowing money from multiple different places and people to try to make it happen. Would I love for it to happen? Would I love to buy that house outright right now? Absolutely. But I don't think the circumstances provide for that to happen. Financially, it makes more sense for my wife and I to be able to take what would be, let's just say on the low end of things, $100,000 down payment and put that into the market and try to make that money work for us in the market rather than to tie it up in a down payment on a home and seeing small returns on it. Now, I realize that we're not unique in that sense. When it comes to deed restricted housing, that's going to exist quite a lot of places, and that has to be acknowledged. So I'm not saying it's a unique situation. What I am saying is I think that at least in our specific case, we are the solid neighbors that the community has at least articulated to me that you're looking for. And I hope I'm not putting words in anybody's mouths, but that's the feeling that I get. I would like to stay there. My wife would like to stay there. I think my son would like to stay there. The reality is it's got to be in a sense that we can afford, and that also makes long-term financial sense for us. And that's not me sharing that as an employee of TSG. That's not me sharing it as a resident of the neighborhood. That is a generalized observation as somebody that lives and works in this community and wants to stay here. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions that might arise from that statement.
Thanks, Alex. I think you touched on the missing middle, which is the term that government uses to talk about folks in your situation that make too much money to qualify under existing AMI.
Yeah, correct.
Percentages. And we're working on it on our side.
Sure.
And you've experienced it in real life. I'm sorry about that, but
it's an unfortunate part of existence, but I think where we're at right now, it's a tough situation because there's an opportunity for us to have what we need and want to raise our son. And I do think there's a compromise that can be had. And I'm probably not the right person to speak to that. But I think as you pointed out, there's long-term work that needs to be done on some of the other issues that lead to this. But
yes, sir. Thank you. One of the things that one of the folks in the room that hasn't spoken that may or may not need to is a representative from the school district. And I mention that only because in the packet, the Telsky letter does indicate that Telsky's been in touch with John Pandolfo and that the school district would prefer, if they were to take control of those lots to purchase them, that they would much prefer to rent than to sell those properties. Dylan Brooks is here with us, and Dylan, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear your either confirmation of that or whatever you and the rest of your board are thinking.
Sure. Thanks, Lance. Good to see you all. And just so you all know, I am no longer on the school board, but I'm a community member on the housing committee. Superintendent Pandolfo is at a conference today, so can't be here. So I'm here chiefly to listen. This was billed as an information session, and I'm getting a lot of good information. The housing committee is interested in continuing to expand our housing stock, and we are indeed interested in finding a way to be part of a solution to the conundrum between TSG and Two Rivers and the county. We are not taking anything off of the table. The focus of our housing efforts right now has been chiefly in creating additional rental housing. What we have found as a school district is that our biggest housing need is generally for those that we hire and then we bring into the district. They generally don't qualify to apply for other deed restricted housing, either rental or purchase, because they haven't been here. They don't know people. They don't have that sweet hookup because they're moving in from another country or another state. And so it's important that we have that the rental housing, including the rental housing that we have in Two Rivers, which has been a real success. That was a project that I worked on when I first got on the school board with the previous superintendent, with Mike Gass, and I'm really proud of that project and the folks that we've gotten in there, and to the extent that we can do anything to be better neighbors down there, we want to continue doing that. As far as looking at what is the right balance between for sale and rental housing, I think that is a county-wide struggle, and I'm glad that you all are focused on it. It seems like the pendulum swung too far in the direction of for sale housing for a while. For many years, it's been swinging the direction of rental only, and I sense that the pendulum might be swinging back to something closer to the middle. The school district is happy to be part of that conversation at all levels. But I'm not here to commit Superintendent Podolfo to anything, and even if I did, you'd still have to get a signature. So you know, if there are any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks, Dylan. I think you answered mine, which is that you're interested in participation at some level, but that remains to be determined. Commissioners, we've heard a lot of input. Do you have any particular questions for any of the folks that have spoken? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Holstrom. Commissioner Brown, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. I do not have questions. Thank you, everybody, for sharing so thoroughly your various perspectives. I understand we're not making decisions today, but Kay, are you looking for direction from us in terms of how you might move forward with TSG?
No, not at this time. You know, I've been listening. Stephanie, who's probably going to be drafting on behalf of TSG, has been listening. Lane, Maura, and also Nate representing Two Rivers. Boy, I think I'm the only non-attorney in that list. But you know, we've all been listening, and you know, so I think at some point we'll be having some working meetings, but you know, we'll be coming back to you with something in the future.
Okay, I think I would like to actually share my current perspective, because I know you've been listening to the public and to Two Rivers and to TSG, but I've been thinking obviously a lot about this for a long time, and I agree with, and I'm not to say that my perspective won't change, and I really want to hear at some point when they are ready or you feel it's appropriate from the other commissioners, but I do agree with one of the speakers that the assumption that because a party to an agreement is out of compliance, that we need to create a new exception is not an assumption that I am ready to make. I think that is one direction, but another direction is for that party to come into compliance. And I would be curious to know whether San Miguel Regional Housing Authority has considered levying those fines on Telsky or in any way asking them to come into compliance, because that is definitely a route that we could go. Another point that I want to say is obviously we do need a mix of rental and home ownership opportunities in the county. And as the deed restrictions have been developed over time, that has been very carefully considered by previous boards and commissions. And it was very clear that the Two Rivers neighborhood was intended to be an opportunity for local home ownership. And we are being asked to fairly fundamentally change that direction and to make it, yes, there will be some existing homes that will remain home owner occupied, but we're being asked to make that neighborhood no longer an opportunity for individual homeowners, but an opportunity for employers. And that is a whole different program in my mind, and probably one that needs to be taken up. But the idea of taking up that program in an existing neighborhood is something I think we need to think very, very carefully about. I do understand the difference between an owner and a renter. I used to live at Fairway 4 when it was all home owner occupied, and have heard from folks over the years as more and more employers, primarily Telsky, have purchased those units, that the nature of that neighborhood has changed. And one of my dear friends and original owners sold for that reason, because the neighborhood has changed. So that is a reality. As good as your current renters may be, it's a very different situation. Telsky was able to buy those however many lots, 23 plus 26 lots, I think, for an average of, well, 23 of them for $100,000 each and 3 of them for $150,000. Those were lots that individuals could have purchased for $100,000 or $150,000. And there are no other opportunities for that in the county. So while again, I understand that we need to create opportunities for employers to house their employees, we are doing that, in my mind, at the expense of we're taking away opportunities from individuals. And I just don't know that we want to do that in the same place. I think we need to look for opportunities for employers in other places. I also fundamentally have concerns about an employee being tied to their employer in terms of salary, benefits, and housing. I just don't think that that's a healthy way for us, for our community to live. And so while that makes sense for new arrivers and it makes sense for people who only intend to be here for a few years, if someone wants to move into the community and stay here for a long time, I think it's, you know, this is a strong term, but it's akin to indentured servitude to ask somebody to have their whole life tied to their employer. So this is a decision I think we need to weigh very carefully. And currently, I am leaning towards favoring the point of view of the Two Rivers Homeowners Association and hoping that we could work with Telsky to find a different neighborhood for them to resolve their need for rental properties. So that's where I am right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I am leaning your direction, but also interested to hear what Kay and the block of attorneys that she'll be nesting with may come up with. And I don't feel like it's the right time to make any formal decision. So I'll stop there. And Commissioner Holston, you're under no obligation to.
I just echo what you said. I think we have more to hear and let our professionals and those who are deeply involved in this come back to us.
But what I did take from Commissioner Brown's comments that I do very much agree with is that let's involve the Regional Housing Authority in these conversations. And if a notice of violation has been served and there's been no response, then we shouldn't treat people unequally.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that they're only sending those on behalf of the county housing authority. That's why it came from Lois.
All right. I think we've heard everybody in the room that wanted to be heard, which I feel good about. I think we've got a meeting coming up between Kay and some other folks. And I think we may do this over again at some point down the road. But it sounds like we'll have a little more information and perhaps a recommendation. Thank you all sincerely for making the time this afternoon to come and to participate and to share.
It's good to hear.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. Drive carefully. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And then was in hand. How is it on?
Then if we.
So it was like. We were always writing those two.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe I don't want myself.
If you're rearranging the room,
Yeah,
would it make sense to move the TV higher?
Do you have any
that's a great point.
suggestions
Maybe.
on next steps?
Only issue would be the light player that it can get. I was just saying, we can easily rearrange all these tables in a way that would make it easier.
It's not normal for people to come back and forth.
Yeah. Hey, Kay, do you have any suggestions on next steps or timing or how do you want to? At the moment, I wait for my next step. Okay. So
We got another item too.
Okay,
Sorry. Sorry to move you along, but.
we went over right now. Maybe they just call you or email.
Just postpone Mike's.
So at this point.
Yes,
What if I don't?
I want unconstructive, I want destructive.
Destructive.
Make me cry. Put my force.
Oh.
Natural things.
Attorney matters.
Yeah.
We're good.
You're asking me that question?
I like punching.
Yeah.
Stopping my feet. Oh, that's even better. I did. Trying not to
Rub that in.
Trying not to float.
Yeah.
There is still a need. FYI. We're going to begin like move into the executive session.
Yes, I.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I will prompt them.
If we forget.
Move in.
See you soon.
Move out. Move on.
Good job, public speaking.
Move in, move out. Right here. Move in, move out, move on.
Thanks.
Very good.
Okay. Who voted to?
Thank you. Have to write it down.
Yeah, because I
Time
gotta,
of opening up and all that stuff.
because I gotta hit the road.
Yeah, once they do the moving to executive session.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
I didn't catch that, but I know we aren't. going to make executive
Can you
session.
show this in?
I'll probably be in early.
Oh, wait.
I mean, that's where we are.
All right, thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
That concludes our meeting with the exception of an executive session for a personnel matter, which is the annual employee review of our county manager, which we will be conducting under citation 4F under personnel matters. So for those of you on the Zoom that are still tuning in, we are going to at very least put you in the waiting room and perhaps, well, we're not going to quite close down the Zoom because we're going to keep Commissioner Brown with us. But at the end of our discussion, we will not be coming out with anything beyond that we had an exec session to discuss personnel matters. So there's not a whole lot of follow-up and we will keep on track. We will not be discussing anything but Mr. Badonia's annual review. With that, I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
The paragraph or citation 4F of 24-6-402 CRS for personnel matter for the annual review.
What he said. So moved.
And there's a second
Thank you.
from Commissioner Brown and I'll call the vote. Thank you.
Aye.
Hi.
Okay,
As well,
now at this
Commissioner
time-
Brown, we can't hear you, but we're going to ask you to unmute.
And we will put everybody else in
Yeah.
the waiting room.
All right, can you stop recording?
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Lance, are the three commissioners going to have a meeting on our own first?
You sure can.
Oh, okay.
Let's do that.
Why don't I?
We did that last year.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's how we did it last year and it worked nicely.
And I'll be watching my phone. Please just shoot me a text when you're ready for me to come.
I'll do it, Mike. Thank you. Jared, your work here is done, I think.
Good.
Have a good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Carmen's setting up the recording device that isn't the Zoom, and it's giving her a hard time.
Uh-oh.
Our matters.
She's shaking her head and calling it naughty under her breath. You've all heard her do that before to
Yes, we
technology.
have.
Um,
There you go. Should rip its guts out.
Next
all
time.
right.
Yeah, it's all brick. Doing weird thing.
Can we get you a new one in the budget?
This one actually works, if you have the magic power.
If you hold your
No,
tongue.
do it.
It's kind of a
Mhm.
weird thing. Chris and Ann, do you have an evaluation summary from Christina?
I do.
Great, Ann. And Chris, you look puzzled.
I think I do, but not.
Andy, I've got one I can share.
What's that?
We're just making sure that Chris has,
I
okay,
can share my screen if you'd like.
might work, or I've got one I can share with Chris as well. What Christina's done, Chris, is she's combined all of our
Oh, okay. I
answers
saw
into
that,
one page. You've seen that? Great.
Yeah.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't been in the office recently enough to have seen it, so I'm really glad to see it now.
Yeah, Nancy? Yes. Can I go grab your other one? It's stuck in home patterns.
Okay. And this is a good time to stretch your legs. Nancy's gonna run upstairs and grab another recording device.
Okay,
Yeah,
great, will do.
it'll be a couple minutes.
Sure, thanks.
Have that stand up one. Where is it? Maybe you don't have it. I don't know. Yeah. A wise one.
Oh, nice one.
Carmen knows everything.
Silly. girl.
Yeah. You have that stand up one, but maybe someone else has it.
More contentious, looks a bit. Everybody was well behaved.
Oh, I'd hope, but they said at the very beginning, we're not
We're not
deciding
making- yeah,
anything.
that did help a lot.
I guess I should have really understood that the word discuss is different from decide.
Side.
And there wasn't a motion at the end. I
She'll
should
get a
have
hang, but it's okay.
figured this out. Yeah, I was braced for it was gonna be think on your feet, figure it out, hammer out some kind of an agreement in public. Or make a hard call in public, and I was ready for it, but. It seems like she's got a trick up her sleeve, just the way she said, nope, I don't need any input right now.
Yeah,
She's got some
good.
ideas.
Do we have to record this part?
Yeah. You can recording.
30 days,
Let me go grab, sit, 90.
90.
90, yeah.
How do you have so many gaps?
It's just the end of the year. You have a quota and you haven't filled it, so. So-
Chris, that's the kindest thing anyone's ever said. You get a quota of
haven't
gaps and
filled
haven't
your
filled it, so you
gaff
just stack them
quota.
in.
So gaff away.
All right, I'm gaffing.
Oh, good.
Miss spoke about the county budget, that's a good start.
Yeah.
It's just, it's water. District.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can move as fast as I can figure it out. But I'm just gonna drop down the hall.
I might, well. This is like completely dead, even when it's plugged in. I don't think I'll just leave it on my, it's my old one, so I don't need it for anything, but I was gonna let Nate or Sean know or something.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need to hang on to it if it's completely dead.
Yeah, maybe they can just recycle it.
Yeah. I don't know. I probably got everything off of it, but it's like,
You ready to move to things?
yeah. And it'll be fine. But I'm counting down, but then I was halfway through the meeting, I'm like, can I cross this day off yet?